emissions reduction plan. So I see that as a really, really important foundation for the way that we move forward. That's why I said that that's one of the areas I'm focused on. I don't think we are there yet in terms of how we fully understand what we need to do to achieve those targets. But we're yet to come back to you with an implementation plan. And let's be honest about it, much of it is unfunded. But we've got a really strong direction of travel, and we need to build that. We need to understand what the current interventions deliver, current and proposed, and we can talk about the busways and we talk about CRL and all these things. How we optimise our existing network to get the most out of that, because that strongly contributes to emissions reduction. But there'll be other things we need to do, and I might, without getting myself in further trouble, I will look to Wayne, who is fully across this because he's been leading it from a board perspective.
Thanks, Angela. I think one thing I'm going to share about is that Auckland Transport Board and Executive are highly motivated to do everything we can when we can around emission reduction. And as we're meeting here now, we haven't stopped anything, I think, that would have contributed to that, perhaps for two cycleways that didn't attract Waka Kotahi funding. So everything still is live, but we've paused to make sure we're doing them the right way and recognise financial constraint. So, and I would also say that all the things that we need to do in the early stages of the emission reduction program are still in flight. And in fact, our funding is likely to be oversubscribed by just achieving those things alone, which is supporting opening a CRL, finishing Eastern Busway and the extra services to do that. So so other than look for every other opportunity we can find, the resources we have are fully subscribed to it. There's another point I was going to make. I've just gone out of my head. So I'll come back to it. But the other thing I was going to say is, you've mentioned that the TERP targets are well ahead of government targets. In a way, that can be a little bit of a problem. And I would actually like the council's permission to align with the government, and particularly Waka Kotahi, around things like VKT reduction, because that would allow our two teams to work much more effectively together to get the most out of what government funding is coming for those kinds of things. At the moment, if we're separated by different targets, it actually gets a little bit harder for the team to work. So I think being able to, as I said, come back to doing what we can with who we can as we can would be really helpful at the moment.
Thank you. I'll leave it there.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Dalton, and that obviously will be something our committee has to pick up and get involved in. Councillor Turner.
Thank you, and I support that last comment. I just wanted to speak about you saying there's a tension between back to basics and the future. I think, just on behalf of the public from West Auckland anyway, it's a subjective term, back to basics, but it's in two pieces, and one of them is maintenance methodology, where we're not doing maintenance, we're doing call-outs, and people see that and they see the downstream effect that that's having. The other side is of that old-fashioned term, back to basics, is leadership by example. And I know there's a lot of complexity around health and safety. I know there's a lot of complexity in the modern workforce, but it's hard to get people to come on board with saving carbon and reducing kilometres when they see, you know, 3, 4 traffic control trucks accompanying one person doing a job. It's not sustainable with finance. It's not sustainable with and the other thing is that we're almost victims of fossil fuels because they make life so easy. In the old days, when the jobs were done with a shovel, there was a much bigger driver to do it right and do it once. And so I think, back to basics is not denying the future. It's just saying there was a lot of things we used to do better that we could revisit. And I suppose to turn it into a question, do you agree with me?
Look, the tension I was simply pointing out is that we have to focus on our elements of our core business that have been called out and have been quite rightly pointed out to us in the letter of expectation. The assurance I'm giving everybody here is that whatever we do in this near term has an eye to the future, okay, and the strategic direction that you've agreed. So I don't want one thing to work against the other. There's a healthy tension in there. As for the very practical things that you pointed out, they all sound eminently sensible.
Mr. Chair, can I just add, I don't actually like the term back to basics. AT's always done the basics. The issue is doing the basics right, which is a forward momentum thing. So I much prefer that language. All right? We've never stopped doing what was basically required. We just need to do them better.
Maybe just come with a shorter version of those words to match the back to basics. Wayne, you can maybe work on that one. We're looking for a slogan here. Okay. Councillor Ferry?
Let's do the basics right.
Basics done well.
All right, thank you. So my questions are in two areas. The first, no surprises, is around bus drivers. So you mentioned some improvements and work with Ritchie's. I was wondering, we had heard, I think it was last month, that both Howick and Easton and GoBus had reached their full complement of drivers. Have we got any other companies that have reached that target yet? I'm particularly interested in NZ Bus because that's the one that delivers a lot of the routes in my area. So I'm curious to know what, if any, work is happening with NZ Bus in particular. And then I've got some questions around the DSI as well, please, Chair.
Through the Chair, I did mention NZ Bus in the presentation, so that they've made a lot of progress, particularly with overseas recruitment and a pipeline that they have over the next few months or so. They aren't at full complement yet, but certainly all of our operators are expecting by September at the latest to be at either full complement or the ability to operate the full timetables.
So does that mean the full timetables prior to the recast, or are you talking about the recast timetables?
That will be subject to funding, which will need to be confirmed through this forum and as part of our next year's OPEX budget. But if we have the full funding, we should have the drivers able to deliver the full schedule prior to the suspensions.
Okay, and so just a supplementary then, you probably can't go into detail about this now, but I'm quite interested in, obviously Wellington's bus drivers have just gone up to $30 an hour. If NZ Bus is relying primarily on overseas recruitment, are there issues there where we might end up with a situation where, yes, NZ Bus recruits them, but after a short time we lose them to Wellington, or indeed NZ Bus loses them to other companies? I've heard that they've split the pay bump from central government and haven't put it all on the hourly rate. They've put some of it on penal rates instead, which is not necessarily a problem, but they are also, I understand, structuring their shifts and work so that there's a lot less overtime available to their staff, so that's not necessarily having the impact it might in terms of the pay incentives. Any comment on that?
I'm not sure about the splitting of the increased funding across penal and base rates, but I can certainly follow that up with NZ Bus or the shift from overtime. We have worked with all operators through the network recast to reduce the requirement for split shifts, which is a problem in the industry, so that might be what potentially you're referring to, but I can follow that up with NZ Bus. With regards to the base hourly rate of $30 an hour, a lot of councils, you're right, around the country have increased up to $30 through local share, and all this funding is subject to a combined 50-50% local share central government. We in Auckland have increased through local share 3 increases recently over the last financial year, but there is still a gap. We're at $28.32, I think, from memory, and we would like to, next financial year, subject to funding, to be able to close that gap.
Okay, I'd be interested in a bit more information at a later point about why our companies aren't able to offer the 30 that others are, but I'm happy to take that offline. The DSI questions, the breakdown by local boards is really interesting and valuable, but I think it needs a little bit more nuance for us. So it would be helpful to have that presented in a way that perhaps provides us with a bit of context around geographic area, population base. Are we, so for example, Rodney being at the top there and has a massive amount geographically of our area, but a very small population. So I think there's some considerations there. Also, more likely, I imagine, more of those accidents are happening in a high-speed environment. So it would be helpful, I think, to have some of that context. So if that can maybe be looked at for future reports. It was interesting that you said that speed is still the main factor. So some context around that too. Could we maybe have that slide up? Is that possible? That would just be a little bit helpful, I think, because one of the issues there was around the type of crash movement. And so I thought that was a really interesting analysis and way of looking at it that might help us, because given that a lot of the, I think it was slide 12 if I remember correctly, given a lot of the 60% are, just under 60% are vulnerable road users, that language in the crash movement seems very sort of driver oriented, which I understand. But it would seem to me that a lot of those vulnerable road users are probably in that run-off road category. So it would be interesting to understand that a little bit more. For example, a lot of the cyclists are probably in that run-off road category. So could we have in the future, it'd be good to have a bit more context and analysis. But what sort of are your initial thoughts around that?
Thank you for your question, through the chair. We do have a lot more detail, slices we can go through. So the idea would be to try and provide that different views in terms of each time. So we do publish an equity view every year, and so that is available, and I'm happy to share that, which does go through in terms of those population statistics. They will be updated once we get the updated census data, which will be helpful, and it does change the views, absolutely, in terms of that, as well as the vulnerable road users piece in terms of more detail in terms of the why. But we are producing quite a lot more in terms of that detail that we're publishing in our monthly report as well, which is available on our website. So this, what you see here today, is new reporting. We've recently started doing this, but it's also been quite helpful in terms of particularly that equity view that we used when the team went out to the local boards to talk about katoa ora in terms of what that meant for them locally. So we are sharing that and getting more into the detail to understand the why, to help in terms of future and what we do and what we focus on.
Thank you. And I wonder if, and I'm sort of looking at the Chair of Regulatory and Safety there, whether there's an opportunity to have a little bit of a conversation at that committee too about some of these safety aspects and how they might align with some other safety initiatives that Council is doing separate from Auckland Transport. I'm also quite interested in the road suicide issue as well, that will be a factor in particular on some of the runoff roads and the head-ons. But I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ferry. Some good questions there. Councillor Simpson.
Thanks, Chair. Dean, welcome to the job. Gosh, if you can achieve that in 2 weeks, what are you going to do in 18 months, eh? Stacey, I just want to say just a personal thanks for your work in the floods. It was tough and you did a great job, so thank you. Mark, thank you again, and welcome everybody. Look, my great minds think alike. I'm glad that slide is still on, because safety, the lives of everybody in this region, whether they live, work or visit, is paramount importance to all of us. So DSIs are kind of really, really up there. There are still people in Auckland that think reducing speed is not a good idea. So what I'm interested in is to have a look at the results, and congratulations on lowering Auckland's when New Zealand has stayed still. What I'd like to see through you, Chair, if I may, some sort of a chart that shows us the investment that Auckland Transport has done in areas to reduce DSIs and to show that it works. Because time and time again, you get people saying, no, this is not a good idea, we don't need to reduce speed, it shouldn't happen. But you've got to prove that what you're doing and the investment that you're making equals results. Now, I looked at that chart, I looked at Orake, and there are still deaths. Now, we've had significant investment in my ward to reduce speeds, and I'm really keen on knowing where those deaths occur. Were they anywhere near where that investment was made, or were they in areas that there has been no investment? This will help sell our story. Stacey, you know what the game is. Communication, communication, communication. And if you've got tangible examples where that investment has worked and you can prove that, it makes the rollout of your program that much easier. Are you able to do that? Tagged on my question at the end.
Thank you. Through the chair, absolutely we can. And so we can go into that detail. I can't give it to you right now, but...
Asking for it now, but I am asking when you present next time, to
Absolutely, will do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Simpson, and Stacey, we can maybe pick up some examples there. We don't have to have them all, but a couple of examples maybe in Aoraki would be a good idea. Councillor Darby?
Thanks, Chair. I've got 3 questions. The last one's in a couple of parts. Stacey first. When we workshop recently, I just highlighted the importance of understanding the underreporting rate. And when I look at that slide, it's not pretty. And in the last week, it's been most unfortunate. But that underreporting rate at our hospitals, formerly district health boards, is apparently at a rate of 7. I mean, those stats there, the death and serious injuries are probably accurate because they're probably accurately recorded, but it's, I think that underreporting rate is the other injuries. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, absolutely. So in terms of underreporting, we estimate it's about 7.9 for cycling type injuries and about, I think, 2.9 for pedestrians. So we are working on layering that data so we can actually get that full holistic view of what that looks like. We do have the MOH data, ACC data, so we can actually build what we call a proper dashboard in terms of road harm. The idea also will be to obviously look at the economic cost of harm. And so that sort of helps when we frame investment decisions as well. So we are working towards that. It takes a little bit of time because we want to make sure that the data we're using is correct and that we can actually provide that back. It becomes tricky in terms of when we're putting it against local board area because it's by DHB zone, but we can obviously put it more broadly.
So would that lead, sorry, second part to that one then. So would that lead you to review and recommend to your board or senior management how much should be allocated to that area? If that underreporting rate is so significant, surely that brings you to refocus at your road safety program immediately. I mean, it just clicks for me that you have to have a serious new look at how much, how much budget goes into that area. Would that, once you do that work, would you ultimately be making a different recommendation in terms of what should be spent there?
Yeah, through the chair. It will enable us all to have better conversations about it, I think, in terms of that. That's the first thing that we really want to do, is so that we actually have that proper view. So what you see here is the CAS data. So that's the crash analysis system that is limited to police attended events in terms of where there is, death and serious injury. So when I use those multiple factors, the 7.5 or 9 or 2.9, that is by going through the MOH data. Yeah. So that is real. These are injuries that have been recorded in the hospital system as occurring on our roads. So yes, we can, but we do need to make sure that we go through that process so that we actually have that robust view and it's tangible and it's been quantified. So once we've got that, we can then obviously have better conversations about speed management as it may be, or in terms of enabling better infrastructure for active mode users as an example. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Second question was largely handled by Councillor Ferry, but I think it would be helpful to get an A4 response from Mark, because I'm also hearing, Chair, that not all bus companies are passing on. Like, I'm hearing a particular bus company, Councillor Ferry referred to that company, is paying current drivers $26.25 and new drivers $29. I think we need to know who's getting what, and what Auckland Transport needs to do in that regard to make sure our expectations and the Minister's expectations are met. I'll leave that one there, Chair. But the last area is for Dean and Wayne. We had a workshop and we had, I think, 12 slides on the revised parking strategy. And Wayne, your board actually thought it was a good idea to send it back to the Transport Infrastructure Committee. It didn't come to a business meeting, it came to a workshop meeting, and there was can't be a decision on it, and there is no decision because there's no paper here today. And I'm not sure how your board is going to treat that supposed feedback, Wayne. What I want to say is, at no stage in that presentation did we see the revised parking strategy. In fact, not even our parking strategy unit had seen the revised parking strategy. They received it the following day, the day following the workshop, that is, after I queried that. Look, there are some issues there. I'm not sure how you're going to handle it at your board, Wayne, but good luck. But, Dean, is it your expectation that your strategy unit works hard alongside our strategy unit together?
The simple answer is yes. I can't imagine why it would be anything different, but that felt, I mean, that was a very direct question with a particular issue in mind, but the principle is yes. But as for the particular, the room to move or the parking management strategy, I'm going to hand it to Wayne. Is there anything you wanted to add, Wayne, on that?
I'm not over the issue you're raising. I just, you know, from my perception is that a lot of good work is being done on the parking strategy, and the version we're looking at now is one that's workable as we have to work things through different communities. So I'm a bit puzzled by your comment and question, frankly. Yeah.
Well, look, you may not be aware of it, Wayne, but we had a workshop on the revised parking strategy, but we did not have the revised parking strategy. And we had no advice from our own transport strategy unit, because they were not involved until a day later. So look, I won't dwell on it. I just want to, you're before us. I need to convey that because I'm sure, Wayne, that when you receive your executive advice, you're expecting they've done the job that your board asked them to do.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay, you finished that? Okay, thanks, Councillor Darby. Councillor Baker, Hills, Bartley, Foley, Sayers and Henderson. Strap yourself in, guys. Councillor Baker.
Yep, my one's really quick and I'll stay right away from death and serious injury. And so I asked a question of a Kiwi Rail last time they were here, and I was suitably unimpressed with their response in regards to stage 3 of the track closure. And I note a comment by Randia in the past presentation from Waka Kotahi about using shoulders of the motorway for bus lanes. And so my question is, on behalf of the users of the train from Otahu South, that are likely to have a significant imposition and change to our travelling habits, no, it doesn't, is what work is being done with Waka Kotahi and Kiwi Rail to mitigate the significant disruption that is planned with stage 3 closure of the rail line, because it is going to be huge.
Feels like my question. We have extensive conversations, and we're finalising some options, hopefully with QRL, to bring back to the AT board very shortly on peak only running on through stage 4, I think is what you're actually referring to, of EMUs through that peak only period, in peak only directional running as well. So that would be our preference. We've said to QRL that is our only preference. If for whatever reason they simply cannot accommodate that, then yes, we would need to look at shoulder lanes and things like that on buses. But as you know, the buses will be the issue, not necessarily the shoulder lanes. But yeah, so hoping to get a mitigation in there, at least for the peak travel periods.
Okay, Councillor Hills?
Thank you, Chair. On the DSIs, obviously 47 families never see their loved ones again, and 601 people's lives changed potentially forever, and that's just in 1 year. I do hear a lot of concerns or pushback on things like safety, speeds and pedestrian crossings, but in my ward the schools are all fighting over who gets the next one. So there is two sides to that story. But if there is a political pushback on some of this, do you feel, and maybe it's I guess for Wayne or Dean as management as well, do you feel a responsibility, governance responsibility, personal responsibility to do this work anyway, to save lives and stop kids getting run over, etc.? Because it's a serious question around whose responsibility is the deaths if we push back on safety.
Yeah, thank you, councillor. I think one of the things the board takes very, very seriously is its responsibility for the transport system to be as safe as possible. So if we get technical advice that the particular circumstance is unsafe and we should do something about it, we will do something about it. But it's this all involves communities, and what we're undertaking, and this one of the reasons for bringing all this data together, is to be able to have good conversations with local boards, etc. Because sometimes it's not just one answer or one technological solution. You can come up with a different approach to how streets are treated to make them safer and operate a bit slower without just putting, say, a speed sign up. So, answer to your question, very serious. We won't knowingly let a dangerous situation continue, okay? But what we would like to do is work it through in a way that actually makes sense for communities and they're happy with it.
Thank you. And on, I guess, back to basics, bread and butter, all those sort of lines that are popping out at the moment, and it's great to hear, Dean, your comments on climate, but I guess, and it is a bit worrying to hear you, Wayne, as chair, because I know you've been a huge supporter of TERP and the climate plan, but the whole point of the stretch targets or the different aims is because the government's targets in the Paris Agreement relies on us as a big city to do far more than the government's targets, because we have to pick up far more of the slack for the country to reach there. So I guess my concern is, A, we're not even aiming for the government's lower target, weaker targets, but the whole point of what we all passed unanimously a couple of times and then working with AT, supporting that, was because as a city, and the largest city, we have to, is the board and management aware of that? The whole point of us having stronger targets than the government is because that's how the maths work.
Yes, it is. I think just can I just ask that you cut us a little bit of slack here, because we've had an election result that's causing the organisation to actually have a fundamental review about how it does its work. We've been asked to reduce costs and those kinds of things. We're introducing a new chief executive to the organisation, and and we're trying to do that in a way that we are still capable of addressing the big issues for the future, because they are not going to go away. And once we get through what I might call the more mechanical shifts and changes that we have to make to get on budget and to do things in a different way, we are very definitely going to address our our minds in terms of how do we think differently about everything we do. So actually it doesn't increase emissions, it actually reduces emissions. It makes the transport system more equitably accessible to different people. And there are things we can measure, there are things that way we can think about things to actually take every possible opportunity to do that. So no, we haven't forgotten. The board reminds itself many times that it actually we endorse to you as the pathway to meet your climate strategy, and we're certainly not backing away from that, but we've got to be realistic given the legs we've got at the moment about what we can do, and I'm reasonably satisfied that we're doing everything we can do as we can at the moment. But that's not to say we're not going to stop. We're going to stop looking or not going to try harder. And my comment about sort of looking to the particular government target, which is because the government said we want to address VKT. We're prepared to fund a program or a plan to do that. What my argument was, it makes it a lot easier for the AT team to say we are working with Whakakatāi on that with this target in mind, not our own target. So I'm about trying to create momentum and create a trajectory. Might be not the one we want, but it's a hell of a lot better than what we're getting if we don't do anything, okay?
Yeah, thank you, Wayne. I think that's a very compelling answer. Councillor Bartley.
Cool, thank you. My question is on the DSIs, and it was really about you know, how the targets are not being met for vulnerable road users, the increase in serious injuries, and then noting in one of your previous reports that if road safety is only delivered through upgrading infrastructure, the estimated costs are 14 to 26 billion for the urban arterials. So what is the way that we are going to try and address the DSI rates? Is it going to be hanging on katoa ka ora? Is that how we're going to look to do it? But are we also still looking at the infrastructure? Because, you know, we've probably all got schools and communities that are asking for speed bumps and pedestrian crossings and, you know, measures to kind of slow down traffic. So that was my question around that. Yeah, for now. I've got another question, please.
Thank you. So we're not relying purely in terms of speed management. We still do have an infrastructure program, albeit it is likely to be reduced in terms of the coming financial years. And they're not the only levers we have. We also obviously have Road to Zero in terms of some of those other levers that the sector's trying to pull and encourage in order to get shift more broadly across Aotearoa as a whole. And so we're very much obviously working with our road safety partners to do that. So it's not a one thing approach. There's multiple things that need to happen in terms of obviously the enforcement side, in terms of both passive and then police presence. And so there's definitely multiple things that need to happen in order to make a substantial reduction. So no, it's not purely speed management we're looking at here. Thank you.
Okay, cool. Really keen to work together with Auckland Transport about some of those other measures. And I really take to heart what Wayne said, your chair, that we won't let a dangerous situation continue because when there are DSIs, you know, I do know about it in my ward, especially in terms of cyclists. You know, I've had Levi James be killed in Royal Oak, Melissa Reyes be killed in Mount Wellington, Krypton Mate Kualava killed in Panmure. They were all on bikes. So really need to put some more action to the words of not letting a dangerous situation continue that we all know about. Picking up the suggestion from Councillor Ferry, already asking if our committee can pick up this DSI safety work in the Regulatory and Safety Committee. But my other question was this back to basics. I was concerned about this rhetoric that's coming through from Auckland Transport about back to basics, because it does feel like it is about the here and now, which is kind of narrow. And I wanted some guarantees that it's not limiting us as a city to future-proofing in this back to basics. And then you know, who's making the decision about what those priorities are as core services if it's not coming through us? So I really want to, you know, ensure that whatever the core services are that are going to be focused on, that it's priorities that will ensure we're catering to all our road users. Thank you.
I'm not going to use that phrase anymore. Because I think it's spun the conversation in the wrong direction. I've tried to be really clear that we've got things we need to do to continue to improve our everyday delivery and performance. And while we do that and address the budget challenge, we've got a firm eye to the future. And I don't know how to put it any more simply than that, Councillor. We have to do both superbly. Good organisations do both. We are very committed to making sure we live within or cut our cloth according to what's been given to us, and we keep a firm eye on the future. I think that's the core issue. Then how do we make decisions on the way through? Then look, my expectation is that when it comes to investment decisions, whether it's a service or whether it's a capital project, that we're considering it against those strategic objectives that we've agreed with you. If that's equity of access, if that's emissions reduction, VKT reduction, if it's a level of service on a freight corridor so that we can have movement of goods, we need to be stress testing all of our investment decisions against the strategic priorities that we've agreed with you. That's how we make investment decisions. So I'm not sure how to put it any more simply than that at this stage.
I was seeking a guarantee, and that's a guarantee, so I'll rely on that. Thank you.
Thanks, Dean. We have Councillor Fully online.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. First of all, thank you and welcome back, Dean, to the organisation. Great to see the work that you've already started and that you've hit the ground running. Also, big thanks to Auckland Transport, to your staff who assisted us out in Mangere at the Civil Defence Centre in making sure that our people who were coming to the centre were safe and that the recovery was, smooth as well, as smooth as possible. My questions are similar to those posed by the Deputy Mayor. The DSIs for my two local board areas, Otara Papatoe and Mangere Otahu, have traditionally been high. And it's sad to see that they are still, ranked fairly highly in the slide and in the stats. But over the last 3 terms that I've been involved with the local boards, both local boards have been putting initiatives in, have been working hard with Auckland Transport and with their local communities to try to slow down speeds and make the streets safer for motorists, pedestrians and for cyclists. Notably in Mangere, there was the Future Streets, that was maybe 2 terms back, and in Otara Papatoetoe more recently, the Safer Streets program in Papatoe. And over the last 3 terms, they've been working to raise the pedestrian crossings in and around our schools. Many of those have been at the request of the schools themselves. My question then is similar to the Deputy Mayor. Do you have stats that show whether the speed has been reduced and to what degree they've been reduced in those areas where those initiatives have been put in? And I accept that, the Papatoe one is quite recent, so you may not have stats. And if you do, have you presented those back to the local boards and back to the communities that were involved? Because I know that, especially in Papatoe, the communities were very involved and very engaged right from the start, right from the planning to delivery in all of those initiatives. And have you gone back and presented those stats and told that story and showed what the effect has been? I'm sure it's positive because I hear from the residents on the street that it has been positive, that their experience has been that the speeds have been reduced. But have you gone back and told that story? Kia ora. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your question. We have gone back more broadly, but in a generic way. And what I mean by that, in terms of presenting the information, the positive impacts from the speed changes since 2020. So we have not drilled down by local board area or presented that information. So I thank you for the feedback on that today. So we got a good message and a takeaway on that. Some of the ones that we've done more recently, we do need a substantial reporting period to be able to actually mirror back to. So we will do that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Foley.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair.
Councillor Sayers.
Thank you, Chair. I had a question probably for each of the presenters, but I just think it's appropriate to acknowledge Dean and to welcome you and congratulate you on your appointment to the role. And also, you know, I just would like to echo your acknowledgements that you made to Mark and the senior management team and the board. So the first question, Stacey, might be more towards you, and that's just in terms of the breakdown of the incidences, perhaps the speed-related ones that might be happening in Rodney. Is that possible, because we've got quite a large unsealed roading network up there as well as our sealed networks, and I'm just curious if we're able to get a breakdown. You don't have to give it today. Can you do that by network type, like sealed or unsealed? So that might be useful for our local board and myself as a councillor, and perhaps for other wards that have unsealed networks in them to understand. Yeah, okay, thank you. So I was thinking, that was meant to be a question. Maybe to you, Dean, just picking up the point that Councillor Turner was making about the amount of health and safety support, I guess, that we see around our contractors out there on network. And here use an example of, you know, so many traffic management vehicles around one person perhaps collecting up litter or whatever it might be on the side of the road. Have you got any generic thoughts or ideas how's that possible under the health and safety legislation to get improvements in terms of cost savings or reductions without compromising our contractors' ability to keep their staff safe? Did you want to make any comment at this stage, or is that something you want to ponder a bit longer? I know just because you acknowledged that, you know, that there probably logic might tell us that there's some need to think about that in terms of savings.
Two-part answer. I need to ponder on it longer, but to reassure this committee that there is a very targeted program led by Andrew Allen and his team around how we manage this temporary traffic management issue that's been highlighted. And it's probably mostly measured in orange cones, but actually the deeper issue is safety of the construction staff or the road maintenance staff and the safety of those using that part of the network at the time. So how can we do that more efficiently? How can we do it more cost effectively? How do we limit occupation of the public road space? And we all have identified examples of creep. How do we take a more risk-based approach? So all of these things are on the table, including if occupation of that road space is going to take longer, what the charging regime might be around that. So all of these things are on the table. They're being worked at actively. We are reporting on that through our letter of expectation. We're happy to give you an update as that starts to emerge at this committee. And, you know, there's a good dose of, we've used the expression tension. There is a tension between ensuring people are safe in whatever role they have to play or wherever they are, and the safety intervention that we provide. And, you know, we have to work through that carefully, and our contractors are rightly cautious about that, okay? So there's some stuff here that just needs to be worked through, especially when speed is involved, nighttime, wet road conditions. None of the examples you gave, Councillor Turner, talk to that. I'm not confused about what your point is, but there are some things here that need to be thought through and thought through carefully. Okay, so I'm happy to bring it back through.
That's helpful, Dean. Thank you. And, there's obviously driver behaviour themselves, they're creating, going through those works. And the final question, Dean, might be for you or for Wayne or jointly, and that's just because I've raised it previously, and Wayne has made comment that there would be some thought given to it and perhaps come back to us at a later time. Wayne, I'm just trying to get a feel for how that occurs and when it might occur. And this is about the whole funding model right back at Wellington, if you want, in terms of how Waka Kotahi gets funded, therefore Auckland Transport gets funding. The current funding model that they use at the moment, we've obviously got decreasing revenues that are coming into the ministry there about other ways of funding New Zealand's transport and therefore Auckland Transport's funding as part of that. Is that something that's actually an active conversation that's happening underway? I had the impression, Wayne, that it was something that you might come back to us at a later state, but is that something that the board of Auckland Transport is pursuing with Waka Kotahi or not?
Oh, I think it's one of the biggest subjects that is going to have to be cracked over the next 6 months, quite frankly. The National Land Transport Fund, which is funded by road user charges and fuel excise duty, won't cut the mustard in terms of investment and ongoing programs. And I think the big risk is you're going to end up with multiple funding systems, which is only going to make the whole environment even more complex. So if we have to run an RLTP, for example, which is focused on the National Land Transport Program and the hypothecated fund, but that only does 60% of what you need to do, and you've got to come up with another system to get, say, capital appropriations from government or private sector investments or that kind of thing. It's just going to make our world more and more difficult and more complex. So it's a work in progress. I think everyone knows what the issues are, but it's just, and I'm rather hopeful that the joint transport planning process that's happening at the moment between Mayor and Minister's offices will actually shine a real light on that as well. Okay. So I think it's something we need to keep up with. Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Sayers. Just so members, it's my intention to break for lunch after this item. I think that'll be appropriate timing. So in that respect, we have Councillor Henderson, Williamson, Simpson, and then I think Councillor Fletcher will wind things up. Okay, Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Chair. A few questions. Firstly, to the Chair. Talking about doing the basics right, has there been a discussion about what the basics are?
I think, well, it's sort of every public transport service runs well, and customers know where it's at and what to expect. It's every piece of pavement not failing but actually being looked after and not deteriorating with time. It's about footpaths being smooth. It's out. It's out there to see. It's everything that's sort of out there now and people use, and making sure that they are delivered the right way, the most cost-efficient way, and the right communications are happening with the people that use it. Okay, so yeah, you could write a long Bible on it, I'm sure.
Thank you. Deaths and serious injury reduction, is that part of doing the basics well?
Say that again.
Deaths and serious injury reduction, is that part of doing the basics well?
Yes, it is, but I think there are multiple parties that have basics to do. It's about the police. It's about those who own vehicles. It's about those who warrant vehicles. It's about those who drive. It's not. It's we have a part to play in terms that the infrastructure is fit for purpose and the regulatory regime are on those networks like speed are appropriate for the use they're being put. So it's, I think transport is one of those areas where everyone has a role, and I've been involved in road safety for quite a while now. I think I was the CEO of Land Transport New Zealand when it was integrated between Transfund and LTSA, and I know these are long run games, and I know if you take your eye off one of those components, it comes back to bite you in time. So it is that's why we've said, we've got this Tamaki Makaurau Safety Governance Group, because the purpose of that is to get every organisation to play their role the right way all the time, and it's not easy, I can tell you that.
No, thank you. Just two more, thank you, Chair. When we have a death, is there a mechanism where Auckland Transport goes back and audits the area to ensure future safety?
Yes, and the board gets a report after each fatality about what happened and how it occurred. Yeah.
That's great, thanks. Last one. So we've been offered a deep dive into public transport for our wards, which I think is a really good initiative. Could we look at doing the same for a deaths and serious injuries data for our wards?
I think the answer is yes. Yeah.
Cool, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Good suggestion. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I may be able to speed through this quickly. Will the same team of people be available when we do the next paper on speed reduction? Or are you all leaving after this? Will you all be here at the presentation? Because my question's more specifically about speed reduction, but everyone else has been having a crack at everything going, so I'd be happy to do it now or leave it till we get to the specific paper.
Specific paper
Probably
You'll be here for the specific one.
Yeah.
Okay, then I'll leave my questions because they're mainly about speed reduction.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Councillor Simpson, a quick follow-up, I understand.
Sorry, yeah, just a quick follow-up actually for Councillor Greg. Just brought something to mind on road cones. But my first question is, Chair Wayne, you said one of doing the basics was keeping footpaths or being smooth. I do hope you're going to write to Rod Stewart. And if you haven't already, I suggest that you do, because it would be really nice for him to get a nice letter telling him how our footpaths are going to be smooth. Because you'll be aware that he made a media statement about it. And Auckland, we want to be the place that international acts come with regularity. But I want to go and just give you an example on road cones and the spend and the war against road cones, just by way of, to you again, Stacey, from a comms perspective, just to give you an example. We've got some work happening on Tamaki Drive, footpath upgrade, separation with a cycle lane, etc., right? A whole lot of vehicles parked along there. There are road cones all the way beside those vehicles, all the way, every day. But when those vehicles aren't there, there is parking there. So mums and babies can get their children out, no road cones, and they're supposed to be kept safe. So the communication around when you put all these road cones out for these projects is hard for some people to understand when they're never there, when anybody else parks there. So again, you've got to explain the why, and is it really, really necessary? So that was just a quick story.
You'll take that by way of comment. Just a very quick observation from me, and it's to me it's surprising how glaring this particular road user type, and that's motorcyclists, who make up 23.1% of the deaths and serious injuries. And I know with motorcyclists going right back to the 60s, 70s, 80s, a disproportionately high number of the fatalities on the road. Yet my anecdotal observations is that there's far less motorcyclists now as a proportion of the population than was the case back in the 70s, where that was a popular form of transport for all manner of people. And I guess that leads to my own observation is that some of these trends are deeply ingrained in the driving culture of New Zealand, and if you compare our driving culture to other driving cultures overseas, it's a lot to shout about. No amount of interventions can sometimes alter deaths and serious injuries as a consequence of that driving mentality. So I just before I hand over to Councillor Fletcher, I'd just really like to thank the board for all you're doing. It's incredibly challenging times on a whole number of fronts. COVID, floods, public transport crisis, and certainly from my observation and the feedback I'm getting from the community is that people appreciate the effort that AT's making and understand the way that they're really challenged at this particular time in our country's history. So thank you all for that. So, Councillor Fletcher, I believe you'd like to move to receive the presentation and also make a brief comment. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Hills, thank you. And just over to you, Councillor Fletcher.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I don't want to delay people from their lunch break. But in speaking to this report, which contains an awful lot around the challenges that are confronting Auckland Transport at the moment, I also want to speak to the role that you are playing as our chair, because I think you've taken the approach that transport isn't just about Auckland Transport. Transport is about, more generally, Wakakatahi, it's about Kiwi Rail, it's about the footpaths, it's about so much. And the visibility that you're giving us and the opportunity to interrogate this, I think is showing a real depth in the opportunities we have to explore those areas of interest. I want to acknowledge Barry Potter as our lead officer for the way in which he has used his relationships with those other organisations to enable us to actually really try and form a much more comprehensive understanding of the challenges for the region and going forward. I recently had the opportunity of chairing a small group looking at board appointments for Auckland Transport, and it was a great privilege to do that. But what really drove home for me was the respect that was always there, but just the depth that the acting chair, Wayne Donnelly, has brought to Auckland Transport. It was probably to be chair for this time was not of his choice, and I really, really want to acknowledge the personal sacrifices that he has made and the integrity with which he brings so many of the issues that we're talking about now, the consideration and the fierce determination that in the governance structures as we go forward, that these are qualities that are respected, and issues around health and safety. I was, it really was a great privilege to spend some time with Wayne Donnelly and understand just how hard things are at a governance level for the board in terms of meeting the expectation. And we do, we've got formal processes with statements of intent, and then we've got the complexities of legislation where we're trying to run parallel paths with what we are required to do within Auckland Transport and the RLTP, but just the very careful way in which the board and management have been attempting to grapple with this in the changing political environment that they find themselves in. I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge also Mark Lambert, probably somebody else who had to really step up and over this period as our acting CEO, the impressive work that he has created and the platform for Dean to come in and the stability that he has created in turbulent times. So, in welcoming Dean, I think you're coming in at a time where everyone has really stepped up, and that is just incredible. But what I wanted to do was to take an opportunity to recognise a retiring staff member for Auckland Transport, and that is Stephen Rainbow. Stephen came to Auckland. I got to know him as a Green Party politician in Wellington, and I got really interested because I had been chairing the committee, Transport and Environment, before climate change was a thing. We drilled in with Helen Hughes and others into the whole issue of transport emissions, and I got to know Stephen. And when I became mayor, I invited Stephen to come up from Wellington to assist with the rail corridors issues and the rethinking of Britomart. And I didn't realise until he came up just the power of this creative incredible individual who had a very real vision for how public transport could actually deliver on so many of the things that we've been talking about for such a long time, and how he made it about the issues and he never made it about himself. And then watching him remain, he continued, I think he provided the Max Hardy equivalent for Mayor John Banks, who had up until then been less enthusiastic about public transport in Britomart and so forth. And he kept the dream alive, he kept the CRL alive, and he did so much in terms of building relationships, never by polarising people, but simply through the skillful art of communication and the building of relationships. And I know, and I could go on with a lot of other things that he has done beyond that, but I know that in terms of Turanga Waiwai, he's called to go back to Nelson. You know, he's wanted to go back to Nelson for a long time, but he has made an enormous contribution to shaping Tamaki Makaurau, to shaping Auckland, and I can think of nobody who has so consistently ensured that the narrative around the importance of public transport, the CRL, and what will then come forth, and he also helped me greatly in trying to get a light rail program off the road, so to speak, through that time, which is a story in itself. But a man of considerable vision, a man of great kindness, and I think that he will be a significant loss to Auckland Transport and to Auckland more generally. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to say a few words, but also to thank you again for the opportunity you're giving for a lot more public debate on these matters. We had Todd Niall asking that we have more of our workshops to be held in public. And I think, you know, some of the issues that we've got today have come about because of your desire that there be greater transparency on issues. And I think that's going to be a big step up for all of us to show the maturity that we can actually come to grips with the issues. But I'd really like to thank Wayne, from your board down to the team, and Mark and Dean, welcome. You've got, I think, stop using some language because we'll all play Perry Mason and interrogate exactly what you mean. But I think what you are encouraging is pragmatism and cooperation and good working relationships, and I hope that we can all be part of that. So thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Councillor Fletcher, and please pass on our best wishes to Stephen Rainbow. Wayne?
Yes, Mr. Chair, can I just have your indulgence for a minute? There's one matter I want to raise, because I won't be here for the item, but thank you very much, Christine, for your comments. It's always great to hear that people see the good in what we do from time to time, so thank you for that. It's about item 14, Mr. Chair, Land Transport Management Amendment Bill. All local authorities have been given, quite frankly, the ridiculous task of responding to submissions on that within a month. Can I just say that the Land Transport Management Amendment Bill is about the regulation of public transport. Public transport in Auckland is over half the public transport in the rest of New Zealand. It's our biggest area of spend by a country mile. We've already talked about how important it is, and this bill is about how it's going to be regulated. Council's been pushed into a position of having to respond to this in a ridiculously short time without the input of the AT board, which I think is just unacceptable. It's on your agenda because you're being not to deal with the substantive matter, but to actually set up a subcommittee to sign off on the response that's being done. Could I ask at least that I'm on that subcommittee, at least so the board has some channel into this, because this is the legislation that will determine how public transport is run in Auckland for the foreseeable future. Okay.
Thanks, Wayne. We'll certainly bring that up in that item then. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll break for lunch now. Sorry, I've been moved and seconded. All those in favour that we receive the report? Against? Carried, thank you, and we'll break to 1:25. Okay, thank you. All right, good afternoon, everyone. We're just about ready to start in a minute or so. We've already got the AT team at the front desk. Councillors slowly finding their way to their seats. I think our online participants seem to be on the screen. We won't test that one. Okay, right, let's kick off. So item 10 then is the draft Katoa Kaora Auckland Speed Management Plan. The purpose of the report to outline the proposed approach for a draft speed management plan for Auckland and to seek approval for submission of an Auckland Council controlled road into the draft plan. Over to you, Michael, Andrew, to Stacey, Wayne, whoever's introducing. Thanks.
I'm going to kick this off, Mr. Chairman. So thank you very much for the opportunity to hear your views on the proposed approach for a draft speed management plan for Auckland, and also for our council partners to seek your approval on the submission of an Auckland Council controlled road as well into the draft plan. As Chair of the Regional Transport Committee, I note I have legal obligations under the Land Transport Rule setting a speed limits 2022 to develop, consult and finalise a speed management plan for the Auckland region within legal timeframes. And also as Chair of Auckland Transport, I note that the rule places legal obligations on us to set safe speed limits near schools by all schools by 2027. And also as a neighbouring roading control authority to Auckland Council, we both have legal responsibilities to input into one draft plan for Auckland, and I welcome Michael Roth, Lead Transport Advisor for Auckland Council, who will speak to your own proposed submission. I'd also acknowledge Stacey van der Putten, EGM Safety, and Andrew Allen, Executive General Manager, Service Delivery for Auckland Transport, who are here with me and thankfully to answer any question members might have on the robust engagement and research process that actually has been undertaken to date on this management plan. We are legally required to make this plan. We have responded to your call for AT to change its approach to how we prepare such plans, to deliver on value for money and further involve local boards. The primary benefit of the plan is to achieve the safety outcomes that we are directed to deliver on, and I'll just refresh those for you. In 2019, we need to move forward a couple of slides. No, go back. In 2019, the Planning Committee resolved that Auckland Transport work with partners to make the Auckland a Vision Zero region and accelerate the Safe Speeds program. We are delivering on this direction, and today Katoa Kaora is overseen by 8 organisations who form the Tamaki Makaurau Transport Safety Governance Group, working together to deliver on a shared vision expressed in the name Katoa Kaora, which means everyone alive and well. We acknowledge that speed limits are only one part of achieving the vision of a healthy and safe transport system for Auckland. We are committed to continuing to work with our partners to deliver not just safe infrastructure, but better public transport, effective deterrence and enforcement, the right policy and regulation settings, along with great health and emergency responses. Together, this all creates a safe system. But one action we can take now, which is low cost and high benefit, is to set safe and appropriate speed limits. So, in response to your direction to focus on value for money, travel time impacts, and deeply understand what matters most to Aucklanders, we have based our approach on developing the draft plan on economic analysis and on customer research. We've tested 4 scenarios that would meet the legislative targets to complete safe speed limit setting near all schools by 2017. 2027. The results show that the expected travel time delay is between 12 and 14 seconds for an average urban vehicle trip of about 20 minutes. Our customer research shows that 2 in 3 Aucklanders will accept 3 to 5 minutes for more travel time if it helps make travel safer. Considering value for money, if we only use variable speed limits at a cost of $20,000 per sign, this produces a loss of 80 cents for every dollar invested, or a BCR of 0.2, and is the most expensive option to implement. This is because the sign is off for the times of day when 85% of harm actually happens near schools. What does produce value for money is using permanent speed changes on local roads within walking distance of schools, and using variable signs to maintain travel times on the arterial network and for high-speed rural roads. For these reasons, we believe the best approach for now lies within the 2 scenarios that are depicted in the middle 2 columns on the slide before you. In response to your direction to involve local boards more closely, we have recently completed a second round of workshops with all 21 local boards as part of a robust and comprehensive engagement journey for this draft plan, for the purpose to deeply understand what matters most to local boards, mana whenua, partners, stakeholders and customers. Local boards have supported the principles and outcomes of this draft plan, and many have provided specific requests for speed limit review. We are currently awaiting formal feedback from local boards, and this will be used to guide the locations included in the draft plan. Mana whenua and Matawaka views have been central to guiding this plan since beginning. One mana whenua request involves Kariotahi Beach, which has parts controlled by both Auckland Council and Auckland Transport. So I'd like now just to invite Michael Roth, who represents Auckland Council on the Tamaki Makaurau Transport Safety Governance Group, to speak to this Auckland Council controlled road. Thanks, Michael.
Thank you, Wayne. Council controls a number of roads, mainly on our beaches and parks. We are proposing to include one of these roads, Kariotahi Beach, within AT's public consultation process for speed management. This road was requested for inclusion by mana whenua, and it is supported by the Franklin Local Board. The proposal is to reduce the speed limit from 100 kilometres per hour down to 20 kilometres per hour. That 20 will be consistent with the adjoining section of Auckland Transport Road, and the Waikato Beach area to the south is at 40 kilometres an hour. The 20 is needed because this is an area where families access the beach, so there are people on that beach area, and there is a history of harm based on speeding traffic. Council seeks to have AT include this to improve safety, to reduce any negative wildlife impacts, and enable police to better enforce inappropriate behaviour by car drivers.
Thank you, Michael. So what might all use these roads? If you live in an area where your local board has supported this plan, you can expect to see safe school zones or permanent 30 kilometre per hour areas on quiet residential streets near schools, town centres, playgrounds and community locations. If you travel on high-speed rural roads or urban arterials and your local board has supported this plan, you can expect to see variable 30 kilometre signs near schools. On urban collector roads that have higher movement function, AT may use 40k limits to provide better travel times, or for rural roads, you may well see 60 or 80k speed limits. So to conclude, we are making this plan because we are legally required to do so, and it delivers on the safety outcomes Auckland have asked for and which you have directed. We have changed our approach to this draft plan in response to your letter of expectations. Work on value for money, travel time impacts, local board involvement and customer research have been fundamental to how we propose to get the most out of existing network and deliver a safe transport network at the same time. So I'll hand over back to you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Wayne. So that's the presentation, folks. Do we have some questions? Councillor Walker and Councillor Fletcher to start us off.
Sure. So in respect of where these limits come into play around a school, is there a distance from the school that covers off the restriction?
Through the chair, yes, there is, councillor. Between 400 metres and 1,000 metres is what we're looking at, dependent on the schools and the roads surrounding it. So 400 to a kilometre.
And is that distance 400 each way, or a kilometre each way, or is that kilometre, for example, split and it's actually 500? So
I might just phrase that as it's the diameter that I'm referring to. So the school at the centre, 400 metres, 200 either side. And when I talk a kilometre, obviously 500 either side. Okay. Typically, when we're looking at the bigger circumference or bigger diameter, that 1 kilometre diameter, that's where the school typically butts up to a residential neighbourhood, where there have been requests for lower speed environments in that residential neighbourhood. So we'd look at a slightly bigger area to incorporate parts of that residential neighbourhood where there have been requests for that.
And what is the distance on a given road that speed limit would apply?
The same as the diameter I've just referred to. In essence, what we're looking at is the part in here that deals with schools, deals with that 400 metre radius, or the kilometre, somewhere around there.
So, look, I understand that. So, if I ask a question by way of an example, so on Whangaproa Peninsula, there's a school, it's a college, it's a large college, and the school is in the immediate proximity of Whangaproa Road. There's a town centre in the vicinity. At this point, it is, in large part, the only road that feeds to a significant conglomeration of people. So if you were to put this in place, there will be substantial unintended consequences in terms of traffic delays stacking up in this vicinity, especially at peak hour. So I'm just raising a concern. A question that follows from this, is it possible to customise? So in a circumstance where there would be some significant disruption and there's already a crossing that enables people to cross, have you got the flexibility to make those sort of calls?
Yes, of course we do. But maybe what I'll just touch on in terms of might help the sort of conceptual thinking about how the team have gone about this. So over the last few years, there's been 1,700 requests from the communities in terms of for us to review particular road speeds. So the team have taken them out to the local boards and on maps so they can see where those requests have come from alongside all existing speed changes that have happened over the last few years. So there's obviously that proper view in terms of what that looks like. That depends in terms of the environment, which is really important because you're talking about an arterial. So those solutions are going to be quite different from, an urban street that's on a local road. And so yes, there is flexibility in approach, and it's being done in terms of with the local boards. So we are, and Wayne has touched on, we're waiting on full feedback post some of those map exercise with the local boards in terms of the written feedback, so we know absolute in terms of what is supported and what maybe isn't in terms of that. But the local board views have been mapped out for each and every single local board, so that's very, very clear.
So just a follow-on question through you, Mr. Chair. Clearly engagement with local boards, engagement with the community, which are the people that are affected. Is there a process of engagement on the part of the local board with the community around this, or is there direct engagement on the part of AT with the community? How does that play out?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so from here, the timeline is obviously the plan goes for approval to the Regional Transport Committee. So that is currently staged for the end of May. Thereafter, it goes out for public consultation. So there's still a number of things that have to be done until we get to a final plan. So obviously the local community feedback will come into that too. Thereafter, we'll bring that final plan back or suggested final plan for further review before we actually put it in place. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Councillor Fletcher, and then Williamson.
Thank you, and I thank the officers for their work on this. My specific question relates to Kareotahi Beach. For some years, I have been wanting to see speed reductions on that beach. It's a beach that I frequent a lot, take my family to, and I've seen so many near misses between children, horses, cars. I mean, it's just horrible. And so I thank Mana Whenua for raising this matter. I tried when we were dealing with the regional parks proposals last year to bring Kareotahi in there, but that wasn't appropriate. So that you have it here now is really welcome to me. And I recognise that there's a couple of hurdles to go. But why 20k? Can you give me the answer on that? And also, because I suspect it's something that is going to come up through the next stages, is how do you envisage that it will be enforced?
Council defers to Auckland Transport in the first instance for advice on the speed limits because Auckland Transport has the experts. The 20 kilometres an hour has been chosen because that adjoins the same speed limit for the Auckland Transport section of the beach, which is further north. The Waikato section of the beach increases to 40 kilometres per hour, but that's about 1.2 kilometres south of the access point to the beach. So by that stage, there are not as many people present on the beach. The most important area for us to really get the speeds down low is right where the access is and where the families are likely to be on the beach, and that's where the harm will be.
On the enforcement?
On the enforcement, in terms of the engagement on this one and how it was a joint effort in terms of mitigation measures needed within that area. So police have been involved with that. So when we engage further, that will be obviously a key consideration in terms of how we get them to support the enforcement ongoing. So there was a number of things, I guess, that were raised in that particular spot, of 300 vehicles observed after the lockdown period, which obviously became, real horrendous for many things. So there was a request to create a safety zone on the beach with signage, cell coverage obviously looked at in terms of that, speed limits, and obviously how we can get the public to respect the beach a bit more as well as the safety risk around drowning, because that obviously escalated substantially as well. So there was multiple things that were discussed with the community at that time. Yeah.
No, I thank you. And after 10 years, whether you're looking at the safety issues, whether you're looking at the delicate ecosystem, This is really, really welcome for me, and I thank the Franklin Local Board for the work they've also undertaken on it. But I suggest that it's probably important to work with everyone out there, including the Surf Club, to make sure that people are respecting those limits. Thanks.
Councillor Williamson.
Yeah, thanks. I had a chat to some AT people during the lunch break, and I'm not going to raise some of the specifics I had said earlier on. I'll take that offline because they had to do with things in our ward. Just wanted to go through a few of the higher level things. In section 11, or paragraph 11 of the paper, something stuck out to me that just didn't make sense. It says, at current rates of road harm over the next 5 years, 1 in 2 Aucklanders is expected to be connected to someone seriously injured or killed. And I just don't know how you get that number, because if you take 1.5 million Aucklanders, you divide that by 5 years, you divide that by 2 because it's 1 in every 2, you get to sort of very large number still. And yet I look at the total numbers of deaths and injuries or serious injuries, and it was 648 in your report from April through to March. How can 15,000 people be affected within 648 serious injuries? Can you, well, I want to ask more specifically, can you provide us with the background paper that produces that number?
Yes. Sure,
Okay, that would be
absolutely.
excellent, because that just doesn't make sense to me.
Okay.
That's the first thing. The second thing is that I would like to suggest that this paper does not proceed at today's meeting, because I don't know how anyone could agree to this when there's still so much unknown about what those distances are. What happens if there's a road that's not in front of the school but comes in a U-bend or something that comes close to that circle of influence? And is that in or is that out? Or does the circle mean it's in no matter what? And I just think that we don't have to have this done until 2027, according to the paper, or the final finished. And I'd suggest that, Mr. Chairman, we at least get a lot better data behind this before we proceed, because there's a number of things in here that, for me, are big picture or big headline stuff, but are very, very short on detail. And I guess my question would then be, if this seems to have been influenced by the government's initial decision to go and put dramatic big reductions in their speed limit regime, so that all of the government roads were going to have big reductions down to 80k, and others were going to be reduced elsewhere. Now, the Prime Minister announced only a while ago, and sometime in March, that was all over, and that was only going to be the 1% of very serious crash areas. Did Auckland Transport then back away from its program as well, or have you stayed with the program that you had when central government had their big program?
Thanks for your questions. There's a lot to unpack there. Firstly, central government stipulated 1% for state highways, yeah? Not in terms, it doesn't take away our obligation to have an actual speed management plan consulted on by October. And you would have seen, in terms of recent media, other areas across New Zealand doing the same. So that has not taken away. We still have an obligation that we have to have that done by October. So in terms of that, it still has to go through public consultation. Nothing's been finalised, but we need to get there first before we can obviously come back, and so you can see that in absolute detail about what those maps look like.
But I don't know how we can approve this to proceed. Agreement A is to approve the proposed approach and so on, that this proceed. But it's still, I can't tell what it is in terms of the substance, the specifics, what would happen in the case where there was a school, a bit of a gap in another school. Would the speed limit go up and then come down? Would it, that sort of stuff would make it whether it's worth proceeding or not.
I understand your view. In terms of that, we're not actually asking for approval to go out to consultation. It has to go to the Regional Transport Committee to do that. We're asking for approval to the inclusion of Kairatari Beach to go out for consultation with the plan. But in terms of that, when it comes back from consultation with the detail, we'll be able to share that with you. We do have the maps available if any body specifically wants to see an area in which is what it looks like as it's going out for consultation, we can do that.
All right.
Okay. Councillor Turner.
Thank you. So there was quite a bit of social media conversation in which Auckland Transport came in and actually initiated some of it. And it included maps like all through West Auckland. There's a Freiburg Community School here and a bunch of dotted lines around the parameters. It is extensive areas, taking in 20 or more roads around that school. And then the comment here is that these are going to be permanent 30k areas. There's a dozen or so maps here. I actually had them, but I can't find them now, so I had to go to social media. Birdwood School, Lincoln Heights School. That's a smaller area, but it still takes 8 roads. 2 of those roads don't even come off a road that is connected to the road that goes past the school. Am I on the right track here? Is this the stuff we're talking about here? These are the areas what we're going to be deciding on?
Probably what you're looking at is the proposed maps that were taken to the local board that then they provided feedback on.
And so, just for my timing, their feedback's in already, is it?
Some of it's in. We're waiting written feedback in terms of finalising from those maps from the local boards.
And then it goes to a public consultation after that.
Absolutely.
So those 1,700 requests you've had for speed changes, they're from right over the 4,000 square kilometres of Auckland, correct? Okay. And none of those have been, no one, in a street where they've got one person who said, I want a speed reduction, the rest of the street doesn't know about that and your consideration towards it, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. But the way the team presented that to the local boards, it was really clear about the volume of people that had, asked about a particular road. So whether it was 1, whether it was 2 to 5, etc. So, I mean, that's been well communicated in terms of the detail around it.
Okay, thank you. And just looking at all this up here, we are going to have some schools, just for my clarification, which are going to have variable signs and some schools which are not, like these ones on this map, correct? Right, okay. And of all the roads, how many are going to stay at 100k? What percentage of our roads are going to stay, of the roads that you control that's inside this discussion, what percentage is going to stay at 100?
I can't give you that off the top of my head, I'm afraid. Yeah.
There will be some?
Yeah.
Okay. It'd be nice if it's not, thanks. Thank you.
Member Renata?
Tēnā koutou. Just in relation to the overall space of the plan that's been proposed here, can you just give me an overview of what engagement you had with mana whenua around this delivery? You made reference with Ngāti Te Aute Waiwohua for the beachfront. What took place? Because you identified 21 boards, especially with engagement of kura kaupapa, marae, papakainga kaumātua housing deliveries.
Thank you for your question. Look, I apologise, I did have that up in front of me and I have now misplaced it. But we've had a number of hui in terms of with Marawaka and mana whenua members in terms of going through the detail. They have particularly requested a number of other areas for consideration, particularly around kura and marae. And so that's sort of been ongoing. Our last engagement was March and April. So, I mean, overall, the positive engagement and feedback provided particular support around safer speeds, around schools, kura, and some variable speed limits rather than permanent. In terms of that, they also provided feedback regarding potential confusion to the public by multiple speed limits and signs. So asked for consideration with that, which was actually something that we heard when we had the workshop recently, and it's being taken into consideration with our planning. Specific locations were raised for inclusion, or at least consideration, or continued engagement. They include Okahu Bay, Papakura Marae, amongst others.
Thank you for that. Just to add then the discussion of the beach front that we have there and Ngāti Te Ata Wauhua has supported that whole space. What were the key themes around that again? Because I did hear some mention, I think yourself referred to that.
Yeah, so that engagement has sort of been ongoing. So that was initially obviously discussed after the lockdown of 2021, when obviously there was a huge amount of people entering in that beach and 300 cars were observed during that time. So that was then workshopped with the Franklin local board as well. But it's part of a broader safety measures within that area, as discussed in terms of there had been a number of drownings at that time as well. And we had requested support from police for enforcement in terms of that area at those peak times.
Thank you, Member Renata. Councillor Henderson, Simpson and Ferry next. Councillor Simpson.
Right, can you just confirm I've got this right? So first of all, thank you for your work. No, point one, the government has requested we do this, correct? Yeah. So apart from Kariatahi Beach, which I can absolutely endorse, we are then tasked with consulting on a speed reduction program across all schools in Auckland. Second point, right. The fact on whether that is all day, all night, or set times is determined by, this is the bit I'm not sure about, whether it's an arterial road or not, or local board input. How do we know which ones are all day or night regardless, and which ones potentially are variable? Is that determined? There was a slide there that said arterial, you know, the second, it's actually in our agenda, but there's a slide. Not that one. Keep going. That one. The school gate variables. The school gate variables is determined on, complete that sentence.
Multiple factors in terms of obviously the speed environment that it's in and the nature of the road. So they're the first two things, but then of course the feedback from the local boards and their views in terms of permanent versus variable.
Right, okay. Because that I think is a key for all of us who want to see what the local boards say. So you're going to determine the consultation, so should this go ahead, you'll determine the consultation document. Do we see a copy of that before it goes, or do you just, that's as a right, you can do that?
We can absolutely share that.
Right, that's excellent. And then once the consultation has occurred, you bring it back to us as per resolution number D, I think it is. And if there's any feedback we have around that, after you've listened to the feedback and done what you think is going to happen, we can input again at that stage?
Yeah, we've made sure there's multiple gates within that, so we've got the timeline worked out to have that level of engagement.
Okay, so I'm going to put my comment so you don't have to come back to me. So basically, this is something that's being dictated to us. From what I can see, it's as transparent as we can, noting the process. We will have more than one bite at the cherry, for want of a better word, or we will have more than one go to input, noting the only real input we're doing now is Kariatahi, right? Yeah, everything else is, okay. I see where you're going. Thank you very much.
Councillor Ferry.
Thank you. So my question is around, you mentioned before about the 400 to 1,000 metre type catchments around schools. And I'm curious to understand better, when we are looking at those kinds of catchments, is that because we're anticipating that the children are walking from that far away, or because, you know, some kids will be walking from further away, especially if you're talking about, you know, if it's a 400 metre catchment and you're only going 200 metres either side of the school, say, that's not actually that far. So, for example, I walked over a kilometre to primary school a very, very long time ago. And that was reasonably unusually far at the time, but, you know, was doable. So what I want to understand is when we're talking about those catchments for the lower speeds, and we're talking about making those environments safer for children to be able to get to school in them, are we anticipating that how they get to the catchment, so to the 30k zone by the school, Are they being dropped off by car within that zone? Are they coming from, and you mentioned the street network, but in some cases there will be walkways which connect up, so that might be the answer to your question, Member Turner, about the, one that looks like it's not connected to the street that goes to the school. There may well be a walkway in those instances, bus stops, their homes. Like, what's the thinking in that space? Because that's something I'd really like to understand. If we're sort of drawing an arbitrary line and saying, well, say 200 metres either side of the school gate, you're on your own, then we're not going to get the uplift that we need, and we're not going to be keeping people safe through the whole journey in ways that encourage the mode shift we need. Thanks.
Good question, and yes, I mean, that has been in terms of those surveys we've done with the school to understand in terms of the footprint that the children are walking up. So there hasn't been a one-size-fits-all approach, I guess is what I'm saying. So within those areas where there is strong support in terms of having proper school zones, so that those connecting streets that feed into the school are part of that, that is included in the plan. Yeah.
Councillor Dalton?
Comment, sorry, not a question, thanks.
Councillor Darby, Baker.
Thanks, Chair. So just on the title, katoa ka ora, is that all will survive? What's the...
It means alive, safe and well. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Well, with that in mind, and I know that's the focus, of course, but slide 3, if you look at the left-hand side of slide 3, it's for every dollar invested, we get $9 of return, 14 seconds of time lost over 5, but that less 500, is that deaths and serious injury savings in a year? Is that what you're referring to there?
Yes.
It's 40, 41, 42, something like that, every month. And every week it's another 10 of deaths and serious injuries. That's what we're talking about here. So it leads me to my question really is, when I look at that, and I think I'm watching the clock on how much time we're discussing this actually, and I'm looking at that early 24 date. It started in early, 22. Is there scope to actually truncate this work, considering every month that goes by, there's another 41, 42 deaths and serious injuries? And I'd say that seriously.
Through the chair, just maybe correct one of the statements that Stacey's just made. Those figures that you see up there, the 500, the 400, the 180 and the 25 are based over a DSR saving for a 10-year period, not a 1-year period. It is highlighted at the bottom of the slide. So that's the saving over a 10-year period.
On the footage.
Sorry, not a 1-year period. Doesn't change, I guess, the point you're trying to make, Councillor, about the importance of this program.
That's the thing I'm stressing. Okay, it's less, but there's still deaths and serious injuries we can avoid by maybe truncating this process. So is there room to truncate this process? Can you do that this faster while consulting with Aucklanders?
We need that plan approved first before we can do that. And there's definitely a process we have to go through. We do have a requirement that we have to set safe and survivable speeds by 2027 around schools. That's a must in terms of that. Anything above that, of course, obviously is pending funding scenarios that we have to work within. So can we do it quicker? I think it's got to be that sort of phased approach as fast as we can go, given some of our constraints. Yeah.
Councillor Baker?
Just in terms of trying to speed this up too, Chair, I'm happy to move this when we have to. Not been a huge fan of in the past of some of the approach that we've had in terms of our speed limits. I'm really quite encouraged by the plan, so well done. My question is in terms of what will be done differently than in terms of how we apply the approach than what we have done previously, which has been one where you know, we've consulted, but we really haven't listened.
Councillor Lee?
Actually, I was signalling to the IT lady about my laptop, but I'll take the call anyway. but she's gone. But I'm.
That's a new one.
I see that the government has given us 4 years or 48 months to sort this problem out, and I heard the question from Councillor Williamson and Councillor Turner, and I just wondered if we could have an extra month to look at this report, which indicates that over the next 5 years, 1 in 2 Aucklanders is expected to be personally connected to someone seriously injured or killed. It sounds like a war zone out there, and maybe it is. And on a similar basis, there's the evaluation of phase 1 of the Auckland Safe Speeds program showed 2 years later, deaths had decreased by 30% on roads where speed limits were changed and increased by 9% on roads where speed limits were not changed. So that's pretty compelling stuff. But I have been around local government, regional government a wee while, and sometimes it's how these things are interpreted and the snapshot of data that's being assessed are quite critical and can actually give different results depending on the way it's looked at. So that's my question. I tell you for why. I went to a public consultation, an AT public consultation last evening at the request of the local community, and it was about closing off a major road, which many in the community were concerned about. And as I walked in, one of the people associated with AT said to me, muttered, "I hope this is not going to be a bloodbath." And I said, well, it won't be if the public are reassured that what they have to say will be listened to. Because all too often in the past, AT has not listened, and because of that, AT has a reputation problem, which AT itself fully acknowledges and is fully trying to deal with. But whether it succeeds is another matter, because business goes on regardless, it seems, even if the government modifies the rules. So what I suggest is that we at least have 1 more month to look at the background data to this report in a little bit more depth, as some members have requested. Thank you.
So I guess the question is, Stacey, does the timeline enable the ability for a month's deferral if the committee was of the view of that?
No, unfortunately it does not. It is a constrained timeline. In order for us to consult meaningfully and look at that feedback and actually get it back here, we need to make sure we have the adequate timeline to do that. And so I do stress that we still have that consultation process to go through to actually get the community feedback so we can provide you with the full and whole picture of what's going to happen.
Is that a refusal?
Yeah.
No more, you're not going to give us an extra month, is that what you're saying?
So saying the timeline doesn't allow for that, as it's been spelled out? And everyone's shaking their heads here, is it?
Mr Chair, the timeline is imposed on the Regional Transport Committee, so we're going to have to proceed. What this consultation about, this meeting is about, is adding your road, which is a beach, and explaining to you the process that we've been through, the very different approach that we are taking to give you comfort that we're trying to do things the right way. And we can't really take things much further after talking to local boards and things like that until we've actually engaged with the communities this proposal affects. So I don't see any gain in delaying it for a month. I just don't see.
Councillor Bartley?
Thank you. I just wanted to pick up on one of the risks in the report about public understanding, and I wanted to know what is being done to, really mitigate that risk and really help socialise almost or communicate to communities when this consultation is happening that it is a 12 to 14 second delay, but that has, some real major benefits in trying to address the injuries, the injuries as a result of speed. So that's really where I'm trying to go to, because a lot of things get lost because people don't understand or get the why. So I'm hoping it can come through first in the consultation, because that will flavour the response that you get from the public. And then if it is implemented, then really getting that out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bartley. Just a couple of questions from myself that maybe go to some of these issues people have been bringing up, and it goes to the role of the local board in the process thus far. So we're going out, it involves all schools, right? So in the area I live in, it's not just schools where people have expressed an interest, so it's going out, covers the whole schools. As far the local boards, they're all different. Are they coming back on a school by school basis for their entire local board area, or are some of them just coming back with an approval in principle to the general notion of the large safe school or the small scale school? So are they getting down to school specific feedback for every school in the local board area, or are there schools that are just they're getting missed out?
Thank you. Some aren't in terms of that. Some it's more zone based rather than if it's school based, I guess, in terms of that. But all are providing feedback based on the mapping exercise.
No, this it applies to all schools. Yes, all schools. It's schools per se. Just in respect of the concerns, and I'm, without getting into site specific, I'm thinking of instances, okay, I know this school, I know that school, I know the next school. If this occurs at this school, that's going to be a kind of perverse outcome. It's going down a hill, they'll be jamming on their brakes to 30 k's, and the kids are, away further along, and there's roads, local roads that have 4 schools. Does that mean there's going to be 30 k's 24 hours a day for that big stretch from Veron's Corner nearly down to Beach Haven Road? So what would you say to the councillors who have got concerns that who fully support the notion of reducing speeds around schools, that there are potentially perverse outcomes here if this approach is taken at this location? There are a lot of schools across Auckland. How would you reassure us, given we're going out to consultation? We understand you're coming back, but you're going out with these maps for this area. How might we input in some way or check that local boards captured the relevant information, given that all of them obviously aren't coming back with site-specific feedback?
We can absolutely share in terms of that feedback that we've got by local board if particular councillors would like to receive it. Yeah, absolutely happy to do that, as well as show the maps in which the work has been done.
Do a quick supplementary on that. I've just gone back and looked through all of the Howick local board's minutes and agendas since the last election in October, and not one item on there is to do with speed. I've done a search with the word speed or road control or whatever. There is heaps and others on their agenda. Unfortunately, they have their local board on the same day as we have this meeting on a Thursday, but it's not on there. So did you consult on this some time ago?
No, I know that there was a meeting with Howick local board this year. I can provide you in terms of with the feedback on
It's not in their minutes.
Okay. Yeah, I know it was a separate meeting.
It was a separate meeting?
Yeah, I understand it was. Yeah, I'll follow that up.
Yeah, all right, thank you.
Workshops are still reported in the minutes, though.
Yes, they are.
Let's take that one off.
Just the headings are.
Let's take that one offline, the specifics of the Howick board. So just to follow up, Stacey, so thank you for that offer. I most certainly, and imagine a number of other councillors will take up that offer. if we have feedback on the mapping, is that able to be considered in this process as councillors before it goes out to consultation?
Yes. Yeah, I believe we've answered that one.
Before, okay,
Yep.
good. Nothing like repeating it for some of the slow people around here like me. Okay, so that's sort of answered my questions, and I get some reassurance from that.
But
And-
my questions weren't answered, sorry, Chair, because you jumped in after my questions.
Yeah, okay, sorry, Councillor Barney, do you want to quickly?
Do you want me to repeat it, or you got it?
Yeah, in terms of our pre-consultation communications program, yeah, absolutely. We'll be doing a lot of pre-consultation work in terms of communicating with their community so they understand what to expect in terms of that, more about that education piece in terms of what these things mean so that it's plain, clear English and we're communicating in terms of both the impacts within their communities and what that time delay means.
Okay, all right. Good luck.
Okay, and so we've just got Councillor Hills now.
I'd like to speak, Chair, if that's okay, after the speakers. But just first a comment for Councillor Williamson. Their meeting on this is actually today. If you Google Howick Speed Management, all the presentations come up. It's actually in their agenda today.
So they haven't met yet,
No, that will be the second one in terms of the closeout. Yeah.
The other question I have, and I guess it's maybe a question for you, Chair, if it's not for the staff. So first for the staff, my understanding is you're not asking for us to approve. You're asking us, we have to make a decision on B, but largely this is about providing feedback and noting you'll be making the decision. Do we need to change anything on A, Chair? Or is this just us verbally providing feedback? We don't need to choose any of those boxes. You know, we don't have to point you in the direction of one of the four.
I think it's okay, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we don't need to, I guess what I'm saying is that they're not asking for we would like you to prioritise the first box of those 4 boxes or anything like that. Sorry, on the presentation there were 4 boxes of.
Oh, yes, yep.
So we don't have to
together.
make a
No,
decision on that. Okay,
no,
thank you.
No, thank you.
So, sorry, point of order, in that case, perhaps the resolution needs to say, provided verbal feedback at the meeting, because otherwise provide feedback says we're going to provide it in the future. That's what we normally would have done at a local board. We would have said, yeah, we'll provide feedback by way of this mechanism. The feedback has been provided through this discussion. So we need to put it in the past tense.
Oh, yes, so we've provided feedback today, in the past tense.
Yeah.
And we also have the ability to provide further feedback after if we request these maps. That's my understanding.
Yeah, in the next part of the process.
Yeah. Okay.
Do we need to put one extra thing that says we request that the information that has been asked for today is given back to us within the next week or something?
I think so. That Stacey's giving us the thumbs up. So we will get it. No, I'll take the assurance. We'll get it within the week. Councillor Williamson can hold me to that one. So, Councillor Walker, did you want to ask a final question, or has it been all answered?
Has there been any account taken of school travel plans in this process? There has. Just a yes will do, that's fine.
Yes, but what would be nice to be able to report back on that too is actually how many more children are able to walk or cycle to school safely.
Okay, and the other question, as much and all as it mentions that there aren't any financial impacts now and later it'll be within existing budgets, have you done some forecasting on the costs of this? Of the implementation of it? And that, all I'm after is just a yes or a no. Well, that was another question, but I'll leave that to later. Reserve my right to speak.
Okay, so thank you. So I understand, Councillor Baker, you're keen to move it. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Dalton, and speaking to it, you have the option, Councillor Baker, you don't have to take it up. Otherwise, we go to Councillor Dalton and Councillor Hills to speak to the matter. And Darby. No? Okay, Councillor Dalton, it's yours.
Thank you. Does Auckland Transport want to move back?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sorry, if you want, you can move back a bit where it's safer. safer
you can
zone.
stay there.
It's a 30k zone back over there. You're going into the 80k zone now. The debate starts. So if you just go back, this is our process now, so that we don't appear to be talking to people. We're talking amongst ourselves, or debating amongst ourselves. Okay, Councillor Dalton, when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I'd like to thank Stacey for her energy and commitment to reducing our DSI and the intelligence that she brings to this work. And it is so refreshing to have a strong AT woman at the presenters table who believes in the importance of the work that she's doing. I really respect that, because we can be a tough audience, right? So well done, excellent work, thank you. Look, around the reducing speeds around schools, in my area I've been really fortunate. We've had significant investment in the speed reduction around schools, and the evidence is that our DSI has reduced. And I don't think anybody would argue that a delay in our own travel times is too much to pay to keep our kids safe as they cycle or walk or scooter to school. So this is important for our kids. I would absolutely be happy to help. I don't even know if there's any in my area. I'm sorry, I didn't look at the maps. But on that, I don't think I need to look at the maps in that much detail. It's got so much of a process to go through. But importantly, the local boards are doing it. And while we keep drilling down to local board work, we're never going to be able to get any of our own regional work done. So I have confidence in the local boards, confidence that the community will come back, but happy to help the consultation to go out to the schools and their families that are connected to the schools. If that would be of help, I'm happy to do that. But while you're here, I support the inclusion of Kariotahi, absolutely. It's a good thing to do, and I know that from being there myself, but also from listening to Councillor Baker. I really just want to thank all of Auckland Transport for your leadership in implementing this government's direction. Thank you for the work. I know that it's really tough being called Auckland Transport. No matter who you are, you're called Auckland Transport and you get the blame for everything. But I appreciate you, and I appreciate the work that you're doing, and I know it's a really, really tough time. But here to support in any way I can. Kia ora, thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Dalton. And next speaker, Councillor Hills, and Walker, Darby and Lee.
Kia ora, and thank you, Chair, and just want to thank you for allowing us to have so much question and debate on these important topics. So thanks to the staff, the officers on this. I know it's been a huge journey, and I do want to thank Councillor Morris Williamson for being part of a government who drove this whole program, the regulatory impact on safer journeys 2010 to 2020 was what transformed the transport system and required councils to change their speeds based on cycle, pedestrian and vehicle deaths and serious injuries. But I'm glad you were there for those collective decisions to help back us up through that now. So thank you, Councillor. And then I'm glad the new government took it on as well. And I'm glad Waka Kotahi and Auckland Transport kicked most of this off in 2016, actually, so before the change of government, because of the great work Morris had done. Just want to point out the very serious thing, and Councillor Bartley did name some of the high-profile victims who've passed away on our roads. And my question to Chair Wayne Donnelly before around what happens if we push back was a great answer, that if there is evidence, we have to follow it. And I think that is the most important thing for us as governors. And I know we aren't, we get off kind of scot-free under the law around our director. We're not directors, but directors of Auckland Transport have a different risk profile to us. So I'm glad that this sort of process will be followed if it is seen there is evidence of harm to residents in our city. And we can see, 600 odd people a year is a huge number of people in our city that, 14 seconds is not a long time when 47 people never came home at all. So it's a long time to be away from your family. So I just want to say that, our communities are demanding this. We may hear some headlines that it's not in that way, but I've been to plenty of public meetings, plenty of schools. I've had plenty of parents and teachers email me demanding crossings, raised crossings, speed management changes, lots of things. And you know, before the election, some of the opposition was hurry up, why do other areas get it, how come that school got it? So there is a lot of push to have this done. So I think it's really important that we continue to support these processes. But as always, we need to be consulting with people so they understand the benefits, so they understand the changes, and so they can give that feedback on what Chair Watson was saying around sometimes it doesn't work, or jumping from 30 to 50 to 30 within a small zone. And I know in Councillor Sayers and Councillor Baker's wards that can be very confusing if you're going 60, 80, 40 within a short distance. So I think it's really important that we support this, and thank you, Chair, for allowing us to have this debate.
Thank you, Councillor Hills. Councillor Walker, Darby and Lee.
So I'm entirely supportive of safety and measures around that. Having said that, I have a range of concerns. I would suggest that if we foresight this out, there are going to be some very high costs around implementing this. We're talking about zones that will require multiple signs. The signs themselves will have some confusion attached to them. Is it time of day or the like? It may well be that this triggers a round of calming measures and other things. And then, as a consequence, you'll see displacement. So motorists, if they're faced with having to go slow in a particular area, will then make decisions around taking alternative routes. Those alternative routes may generate safety concerns in themselves. In addition, as I pointed out, there are particular schools that are on arterials and other streets where we will end up slowing down movement, and that includes the movement of people that are car sharing, buses, public transport and the like. So that sets in place a whole range of other unintended consequences that might actually reduce public transport use, for example. So what concerns me is that these sorts of things really need to be well thought through, and we should be acquainted in advance, because we've only got so much money to spend. Travel plans aren't being funded to the extent that they need to, certainly in my ward, and they are one of the best ways of ensuring that people get to school safer and take roads and paths that are safer. So I just want to put that up. This may be being driven by government, but for sure I doubt that they're going to give us any extra funding around it.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Walker. Councillor Darby.
Thanks. Look, probably slightly different point of view than the previous speaker. I'd like to see this work progressed even faster, but I don't want to undertake any shortcuts on public consultation. I certainly don't want to delay this a month for somebody to read an A4 paper about, you know, qualifying the proximity of Aucklanders to somebody they know who's injured. I used to drop my dry cleaning off like about 5 years ago and noticed a woman was no longer working there. About a year later I inquired and I was told, oh no, she got hit by a vehicle crossing a crossing in Upper Devonport. And then a year later I asked, oh, is she back to work yet? No, she won't be back to work. She can't work anymore. That was one of my examples of proximity personally to somebody I knew, you know, just undertaking my daily or weekly dry cleaning drop off. I know too many cyclists, too many pedestrians, too many motorists in Auckland who are, unfortunately, they're not deceased, but they're seriously injured. They suffered serious injury. So by all means, councillors, read that A4, but please don't delay the decision-making of this committee or Auckland Transport. We have to get on with this. I do not want to hear a list, as my colleague, Councillor Josephine Bartley had to read out before. I don't want to hear those lists read out at this committee. We should be reading them out, and Councillor Bartley did the right thing actually, because it really struck a chord for me when I hear a name called out as opposed to a statistic being considered. So not on my watch, please, shall we delay this. About costs, Paragraph 11 talks about the proximity of Aucklanders to somebody they know, etc., but it also talks about the costs. You could go and build your way out of it, and you could spend upwards of, looks like, around about $40 billion building your way out of this, or you do it the way that's proposed. Or you could look at another cost, and that's the economic cost of this, and I think it's something like, Councillor Hills, I think you just told me it's something like 607 million.
That's just ACC cost alone of 1 year of injuries.
There we go. So which cost do you want to bear? You want to bear this really low cost that we're discussing here today with the body of work that we're embarking on? Or do you want to build your way out of it and spend $40 billion worth of public money? Or do you want to just keep, ACC and taxpayer money, the health system churning away, dealing with all those that are unfortunately seriously injured, plus injured, for the rest of their lives? You know, our call, let's get on with it, I would say.
Thank you. Councillor Lee?
I just want to, I'm not going to discuss the substantive issue, just the process, Mr Chairman, and thank you for including the request for that that report that staff have quoted from. And once I read that, I will be able to have an opinion, but I'll be interested to see the influence of alcohol abuse and the influence, particularly what I learned in recent weeks from a district court judge, of an absolute epidemic of a new brand of methamphetamine, which is like an epidemic through parts of our community where people held in cells are punching the cell walls until their fists are a bleeding mess. But we'll wait till we see that full report. But what I would like you to do, Mr Chairman, if you could, given some people around the table are new to local government in Auckland, what we mean, and it's in every clause by the Regional Transport Committee. I see different clauses talk about this committee, they talk about Auckland Transport, and they also talk about the Regional Land Transport Committee. I can say that in the past, and in other parts of New Zealand, the Regional Land Transport Committee is made up of members of local government and regional government. They come together from time to time to make decisions, and also on the Land Transport Act plans, RLTP, Public Transport Management Plan, and so on. So in Auckland, it's a little bit different, and perhaps you could explain just who is the this Regional Transport Committee. Thank you. It's not this committee.
Councillor Turner?
I just want someone to explain.
Yeah,
I'm sure Councillor Williamson would be interested to hear.
we will do it, but not in the middle of the speeches. We've got people that's debating at the moment. So, Councillor Turner, but we will get that answered, Councillor Lee. Councillor Turner?
Thank you. I understand the problem and I understand what's trying to be achieved. All I want to see is that we don't penalise the vast majority of good people by making them all drive slow and in their cars when they are not a problem. I agree with this idea of some rat runs, that rang a bell, because I've seen that in West Auckland and plenty of places for other reasons as well, but road changes causes a change in the traffic. Just going back to the sort of people, my business is on the corner of Jays Road and Woodlands Park Road, Titirangi, and it's directly opposite the Woodlands Park Primary School. And just to one side of my business premises, there is a raised crossing outside the front door of the school. In the 40 years I've been there, 2 council trucks racing each other, they've rolled on the bend, there's a quite curve there. There's been several ridiculous things take place, which luckily caused no injury. Just last month, this side of Christmas, in the middle of the day, a school day, luckily all the kids were inside, someone turned up on the intersection and just burnt her out in wheelies round and round and round until my staff went outside and they saw us all and drove off. So all I'm trying to say is, please make sure we use common sense so the majority of decent Aucklanders aren't unduly penalised by an over-the-top response, and we don't actually get to the people we're trying to manage. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Turner. And we've got just two people now, or three now. So Councillors Henderson, Ferry and Bartley to conclude.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. Just echoing Councillor Darby's call to get on with it. I think that it's a really, really good idea. It's a minor point, but I do think that we should make this very clear that in a lot of cases where we are called upon to look at safe speeds around schools, they'll come from a range of people. They won't come from just one resident. Quite often they come from the school themselves, as in the case of Freiburg. They come from local residents that are sick of the absolute chaos that comes with living next to a school, and I used to be one of those residents, and that was pretty tough. Often it will come from parents of kids at the school as well, and quite often multiple, not just one. I really like that we are looking to empower local boards through this process, because although requests do come to us as councillors, I would say that local boards get the majority of those requests, and they know it's their local streets. They deal with these people on a very, very close basis. I think it's entirely appropriate, and I think it's a really good development. Lastly, just in commending this, I do kind of point out that in a lot of kind of the collective corridor around the country, people hark back to the days of kids cycling to school and walking to school, and the halcyon days of birds chirping and white picket fences. Well, now it's unsafe for most Aucklanders to allow their children to walk or cycle to school a sufficient distance where road environments are not safe. We're trying to fix that, and we're trying to get Auckland back to a place where it actually was in the past, and probably a better place and a safer place. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Ferry.
Thanks. I wasn't going to speak on this, but I did just want to address one thing that's been raised in debate, and this is this idea that people who speed are somehow bad people, or that this is about penalising decent Aucklanders. The fact is that most accidents are accidents. They are based on mistakes. Nobody, well, very, very few people each year set out to deliberately hit somebody with their car or to be hit by a car or otherwise harmed in our road corridors. Certainly, I'd be very surprised if there are any stats that show children around schools being in situations where someone tried deliberately to hurt them. So we're talking about a situation here where we're minimising risk and we're minimising the impact of mistakes. One of my kids, and I've mentioned this before, one of my kids was hit by a bicycle going quite fast on Simon Street. He walked away from that. If he'd been hit by a car going the same speed, he would not have. And so in both of those cases, the cyclist didn't want to hit my kid and a driver wouldn't have wanted to hit my kid. In neither case would they have been speeding, but they would have made a mistake because they would have gone through a red light. So we're actually talking about reducing the risk. And we know physics on this is really simple. You hit someone when you're going faster, the bigger your vehicle, the bigger the damage to the person that you hit. And so while this is primarily about lowering speeds for cars, it's also about creating a safer environment generally for everybody in that road corridor. The people in the cars are going to suffer less damage when they're hit by mistakes made by decent Aucklanders too. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Councillor Bartley, could you finish it off, the debate,
thank you.
please?
Yeah, I think someone mentioned that in the report it talks about like 1 in every 2 will know someone that's been affected by a death or serious injury or being hit by a car on the roads. And I think we're already on track to achieve that, because in one of our workshops, Councillor Ferry spoke up about her son. Councillor Fletcher, you mentioned someone that was also affected, injured. I think
they died.
Died, yes. And then my niece was hit on Tripoli Road, and she's got ongoing brain damage from that. So we're on track for that comment to actually be true, or to come to fruition. I am going to support this because I don't want this to be the only thing that Auckland Transport does to slow down traffic, to slow down speed. I know that it's something that we're doing because of the government But I point to something that Auckland Transport has done that was successful, which I didn't like at all, and that was the self-explaining roads project in Point England. Did not like that, but it worked. They put visual cues in the middle of the road, they put these trees in the street, and that slowed the traffic down. But locals didn't get it, and they would cut the trees down, and, it's good firewood. But it achieved, its purpose of slowing the traffic down, and we have a decrease now in that area of car accidents and people being injured. So there are other things that Auckland Transport does that help us achieve making streets safer. And I'm worried about losing the why in all of this, because there were some other projects we did, and like innovating streets, and the communication, the implementation put people off. But what it would have tried to achieve is what this is trying to achieve, to slow people down. I really hope it's not a cheaper version of trying to get speeds reduced in our streets, of having signage, because not a lot of people follow what's on a sign, but it's something, and I suppose it's what we have to do. My niece and my nephew currently, they scooter and they bike to school in Sunny Hills. I was able to walk to school. I never got run over by a car or anything like that, and I just really hope that this will ensure or help go somewhere for our little next generators to be able to do the same that we did, and not get injured on their way to school. So yeah, that's the main crux of what I want to say about this. The thing that people bring up for me in my communities, I had a meeting in one of the worst streets in my area, and a lot of people thought it was to try and address, the ram raids, because the families, their kids were involved in ram raids. What eventuated was they asked me for speed bumps in their street, because their kids play on the street and so many cars keep speeding down there. So it's quite interesting that speed is a major factor for a lot of people. I'm on a board of trustees for a school in Mangere. Number one issue there, aside from, the poverty and the education, is speed. Cars speeding on the roads next to the school, and speeding on the roads in front of the school. So that's quite an issue that I find with a lot of schools in my area, is they ask me, we need to slow the traffic down around here. So I'm just going by what my communities are telling me they want to see happen, and I hope this will make that happen. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bartley. It's been moved and seconded.
I have a question that needs to be answered, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Told you, Councillor Lee, it is going to be answered after this matter is voted on, okay? That's the way we go. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those
Aye.
against? Carried.
Is that unanimously carried? Can we record it unanimous then?
Was unanimously, yep.
We can record
now,
it, but thanks.
Barry, could you answer Councillor Lee's question?
Sure, I understand Councillor Lee's question was in regard to the Auckland Regional Land Transport Plan and responsibility for that. And under the establishment of Auckland Transport, the legislative establishment of Auckland Transport, that sits with the Auckland Transport Board, that responsibility. The board is, the Auckland Transport Board is the committee.
Yeah.
Point of information, the information online about that says, which I managed to Google in about 2 minutes, is that the Regional Transport Committee is composed of the Board of Auckland Transport's directors and a representative from Kiwi Rail. It's quite easy to find.
Okay, so just as the people are coming up for the next item, we're going to try and just take a couple of minutes to fix that flashing light, which might involve turning all the lights off. So just as the next presenters are coming up, we'll just have a break for about 2 minutes, folks. Thank you.
I thought it was a strobe light. Was it?
Fix a light bulb, or change a light bulb.
How many Auckland councillors?
That was pretty. Okay, I have had a request from numbers of people if we could move matters on a bit. That's, of course, is in our own hands here. So the next item up is the, and hopefully we can start with this one. We've got the Regional Public Transport Plan Strategic Direction. We have the team up here. Luke and Andrew would appear at the moment. So over to you guys to introduce the item to us.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everybody. Today, what we're here to seek from the committee is guidance on the strategic direction for public transport in Auckland over the coming years. You may recall from a number of workshops we've held on this topic, we are preparing a new regional public transport plan, and while the Auckland Transport Board is responsible for the ownership and approval of that plan, we are seeking from this body the strategic guidance on the direction for public transport as a key input, as a starting point to setting up and shaping the plan itself. Luke's going to go through very briefly what the elements of that are. We have incorporated into this strategic direction, as recommended to the committee by the AT board, input from partners, stakeholders, and also from members of the community, and also incorporated feedback from this body in workshop. In particular, I'll just mention Councillor Dalton, I think, verbalised what perhaps everyone was thinking, which was in one element seeking a bit more discussion and detail, and so we've provided that in the paper today and hoping to have that discussion. I'll just get Luke to take you through the three core elements very briefly, and then we'll hand it back, Chair, for discussion.
Thanks, Andrew. I don't know if we want to bring up the slides or not. They're just to assist the discussion, but I'm happy to just talk to them as well. Thank you. Okay. I suppose I can use the pointer then. So, as Andrew was saying, we're seeking your direction on these three elements of the strategic direction, which this slide is setting out. So those are our short-term focus on public transport recovery, priorities for service changes, which I'll provide a bit more detail on, and also the long-term vision and goals that you've seen before. And that direction that you provide us, we'll use to shape up the draft plan that we'll then take to consultation with the public. So your endorsement of these is not the final version, it's the version that we will use to have that conversation. So there is still scope for them to change afterwards. So the first element of that direction is around our short-term focus. So you've probably heard from our CEO Dean recently around how we want to return to where we were before the pandemic as quickly as we can. We're expecting that we can do that within the next year to kind of 18 months, hopefully. Of course, that requires us addressing the ongoing driver and crew shortage issues that our operators are facing, and we're working with them on doing that. It is also about addressing the various elements of the letter of expectation, which also include improving run times, focusing on reliability, which is a key thing that we hear from the public again and again, and also improving the utilisation of our services and how we kind of report on and track that. So being more transparent about that. We believe that this element is necessary for the public to actually, believe in what we're saying in the plan. If we're too focused on the kind of long term while there's issues on the ground today, then we won't get that buy-in. But this element does build towards that kind of long-term vision and goals, which is the third element that I'll come to. In terms of the second element, which is our kind of priorities for service changes, obviously we're considering in the previous element, as I said, better utilisation, and that is an element of these changes as well. And as we've discussed before, most of the service changes over the next 10 years will be linked to new infrastructure, such as the opening of the City Rail Link, the Eastern Busway, Rosedale Station, the Northwest Interim Bus improvements, the new train stations down in Drury and Pairata, and also associated to the climate action targeted rate. beyond those, what we're seeking is your direction in terms of these three approaches. Should we focus on growing the number of people on public transport, that patronage focus? Should we focus on expanding the reach of public transport into areas that don't currently have access? Or should we take a balanced approach between those? It's not on the slide, but the paper itself has some of the data around the kind of expected outcomes of those three approaches. And you can see that under all three, we're making significant progress against the various key metrics that we track around the population within 500 metres of a service, the population within 500 metres of our kind of core network of rapid and frequent services, which increases significantly from kind of 40% into the high 50s over the next 10 years. And also how we're tracking in terms of patronage, or what we're forecasting under these various scenarios. So that's some of the data to support your request for kind of more information. We've also, since we came to you last in workshop, discussed this issue with our partners and stakeholders, so the likes of Mana Whenua, Kāinga Ora, Panuku, Waka Kotahi, and so on. Most of our stakeholders prefer that balanced approach, or leaning, I should also say, including operators. And some of the operators are kind of leading towards that more kind of patronage focus. We've also done a survey of Aucklanders recently, both a survey of kind of customers via our HOP newsletter and social media, and also a kind of representative sample via our market insights panel. Aucklanders are telling us that they prefer that balanced approach of the breakdown, slightly more, I should say around about 50% prefer the balanced approach, around 40% towards the more patronage focus, and just under 10% towards the coverage focus. So largely I think that supports our recommendation of a balanced approach. And as it notes, part of the reason for that recommendation is that we can then tailor that to the needs of local boards. That balanced approach allows us to spread improvements across the region, while a coverage focus is probably going to be quite heavy towards the outer parts of the region where there is no service currently, and a patronage focus will be more focused on existing urban areas, not providing new coverage elsewhere. So that's that element. And then the third element is our kind of long-term vision and goals that we're striving to. The vision in the centre there is around massively increasing public transport use, which is using language from the Transport Emissions Reduction Pathway. And then we kind of spell out the benefits of that. So we want to reduce congestion, improve access for Aucklanders, support the economy, and enhance the environment. And then the 5 goals around the outside talk in a bit more detail to the elements of that vision around the environment, the customer experience we want to deliver, equity, safety and accessibility, how we integrate public transport with land use and also active modes, and also how we fund and deliver the system. And so these elements are what shape up the structure of the plan. The various actions that we will include in the plan will be linked back to these goals, so that it's transparent. If we're saying that we're doing something, well, why are we doing that? What's it contributing to? So that's an overview of the 3 elements. Happy to take any questions on those elements.
Okay, questions, Councillor Ferry?
Thank you. My question is about whether or not we agree with the short-term focus on recovery, and so maybe, yeah, great. So my concern in this space is, and you mentioned the driver shortage in particular, and acknowledging we do have a ferry issue as well. We heard from Mark Lambert in an earlier presentation that we were anticipating bus driver numbers being back up to full by about September. This plan gets signed off in October. So I'm quite concerned that we've got a short-term focus on recovery when, in theory, we should actually have fixed one of the main issues that leads us to need to do a recovery before we've actually even signed off on this. So, and I understand it as a broader COVID issue, but that seems like a real mismatch to me. So I appreciate your comments on that.
Thank you, Councillor. I think there are 2 aspects to it. I think the first is we are already engaging, as Luke said, with Aucklanders on the conversation on this plan now, and there is going to be much more detailed full engagement in the middle of the year. And anytime anyone speaks to me willingly, they talk about bus driver reliability issues. And I think if we were to go to the public and want to have any other conversation, we're going to be regarded as not being in touch with the issues that are happening right now. And I do take the point. The other component but I do think that this is the conversation Aucklanders want to have right now. That's my view on it. And I think the other component to this is while we are working and the team's doing a great job in dealing with the driver issue, getting the drivers is a key component, and that'll sort out some reliability. Then we've got to do more to get people actually back onto the buses. Fixing the drivers, fixing the scheduling gaps is that component, and then we've got to get everybody back. And the CE has set a good target for getting back to 100 million, and we want to actually go, beyond that to get to where we were hoping to be in 2024 prior to COVID ever happening. So that's where we're trying to get to, and there's going to be a lot of aspects beyond just getting the drivers to get people back on board, because it has been an ongoing issue.
Oh, sorry.
I think there's a couple of underlying issues as well. One we're working hard at, but I think it's got a way to go, is bus drivers feeling safe and actually want to do the job. And the other one is that if and when the government removes a 50% subsidy for public transport, it will be another hurdle to overcome. So I don't think this is small beer at all. I think it's a pretty significant area.
I think those are all really valid points, and I guess I would ask that that's part of the framing, because I think you're right that people do want to have a conversation about bus drivers, but if they understand in the consultation for this that actually, yes, we're working on that, hopefully going to be back up to speed by September, then we can have some of those other conversations as well, because they're actually going to be more important in the medium term for this plan. Thank you.
Councillor Hills.
That was quick. Thank you, Chair. Just on sort of what Councillor Ferry was saying, my view, and I don't know if it's a real view, is that even with the driver shortage, how can we front end some of the stuff? So like with the Qatar, with some of the funding, often we kind of wait till we're at peak and then we consult and put new bus lanes in and put new bus stops in, and then there's like a lag. Is there any way to front end some of the stuff, capital? I know there's money issues, but are there ways that we can get this ahead of time for when the drivers come? So bam, people are like, we've got the drivers, roll the service out, because sometimes it's just a 2-year process to get a service up and running, etc.
I would completely agree, Councillor, and I think that's something that we definitely should be looking at. And I think that, to be fair to us, I would say that we are doing some of this stuff. So there is, for instance, an ongoing rolling program of enforcing bus lane, misuse by people who are not buses, and work like that is ongoing regardless of this issue. And what we know with the Qatar funding is we're going to have a series of service improvements that we're going to be able to publicise really widely and hopefully well, and get some really good uptake as a result of that. So yes, I do think we should definitely be trying as much as possible to not be waiting for the perfect environment, and we can build that in.
Councillor Darby.
Thanks, Andrew and Luke. Just in terms of the short-term focus, and the target is to get back or to exceed, and I stress the exceed, that's good, to the pre-pandemic numbers. And I'm just wondering if this is a real undershoot, because I'm just seeing the current numbers that are coming through, and I just had a quick read, and this is a holiday, first week of the school holidays, so we can expect lower patronage. The bus numbers were 86.5 to 127% of pre-pandemic patronage. Ferry was between 105% and 200%. 200% on weekends. We're seeing massive growth in ferry on weekends. The laggard is the train, because we've got a big chunk of the network closed down. So I'm just wondering if that short-term focus needs to be reset, not on pre-pandemic, but on where we're projected to be as of now, and forget about 3 years ago and being pre-pandemic, it's history. We need to be targeting, the short term needs to be a very deliberate, in my view, a very deliberate targeting of where we should be today as we've projected. Now, can you just explain to us why we're leaning on the pre-pandemic when it's somewhat irrelevant now? It was an age ago, pre-pandemic.
Thank you, Councillor. So I think you're right, and we did say this last time as well, that it's first about getting back to where we were and then meeting the expectations of where we would have been had the pandemic not occurred. So right now we're at about 80 million trips a year. The previous forecasts for 2023 were in the 120 million-ish. So getting back to 100 million where we were in 2020 is the first step, and then, as you say, going beyond that to, ideally where would we have been is a key part of this focus. As you say, the trains and the ongoing rail network rebuild will be a hurdle to that, but we are seeing, as you say, significant increases in ferry, so that's good. And if we can address the driver shortages, then the sooner we can do that, the sooner we can get back to where we should have been in terms of bus patronage. Key infrastructure that's opening soon and has recently opened, like the Eastern Busway, the Northwest Bus improvements, that will all contribute to this. So yes, I think to answer your question, yes, that is part of this approach.
Okay, probably my ask there is to maybe look at reframing those words so that we're thinking about more where we should be today as opposed to 3 years ago. I'll leave that with you. Just in terms of second question, final question, Chair, just in terms of the long-term vision and goals, that section 3, what is this period of long-term? When does that period of long-term begin? And I know it probably doesn't have an end date, but I just need to have a sense of that for me to have sort of confidence that these activities are not falling into the back end of the long term and not enough at the front of the long term.
Thank you, Councillor. So I suppose we've used long term to kind of contrast with short term, but perhaps a better term would be kind of enduring. The RPTP is a 10-year plan, and these are the goals that we're proposing to kind of guide us in all of our actions, be they short-term, long-term, or ongoing actions across that 10-year period. This version of the plan that we're working on is the one that will speak to the current RLTP. When we update the RPTP next, when the next RLTP is updated, we're hoping that these goals can essentially roll through, and we won't reinterrogate them again. We'll be able to pick them up, build on them, adjust them for the new capital projects as part of that plan. Long term is enduring, not just we'll think about them at the end of the plan.
Good answer. And final question, Member Renata.
Tēnā koutou no. You made reference of 3 areas for the drivers, and one of them, I'm trying to think, was communication to consumers. What's the approach that would you take in terms of engaging Māori? What's those areas?
Thank you, Member Renata. So we've been having a number of hui with mana whenua groups. We've kind of had 3 rounds, and from those hui, mana whenua have one indicated that they're supportive of the kind of long-term vision and goals here, and 2 told us that they want us to kind of embed Māori outcomes across all of these goal areas and then also throughout the plan, as opposed to in the previous plan we had Māori responsiveness as one of our focus areas, and that was kind of where we put everything in terms of outcomes for Māori. They've indicated support for that new approach. Through those hui, we've engaged with 14 of the 19 iwi of Tamaki Makaurau. The ones that we haven't engaged with are the kind of more rural ones where there is no public transport, so I can understand why they might not want to engage. We have invited them all to engage with us. Also, as part of that public survey that I mentioned, we've ensured that we have a representative sample of Maori respondents, both mana whenua and mataawaka. So I think over 100 responses out of the over 1,000 have been Maori. And then, so that's what we've done to date. And then going into the next phase, we'll be doing all of that sort of thing again, ensuring that we engage with mana whenua and mataawaka on an ongoing basis, holding potentially consultation events at the likes of marae, those sorts of things. I do have a slightly longer list. We'll also be translating project information into te reo, and potentially targeting social media advertising to Maori, mataawaka and mana whenua. And continuing to track that kind of demographic information of who is responding, so that if we aren't getting enough responses from Maori, we can go and seek further feedback from them to ensure that we are hearing that representative sample of views.
Thank you for that. I was just going to go into the terms of te reo Māori and the marketing and advertising that has been done now. It's great to normalise the delivery for te reo Māori throughout. Just a clarification, the mana whenua, 14 out of the 19, has there been any direct consultation through marae?
As of yet, no, but I expect that that will be part of the next phase. So we have our Auckland Transport mana whenua hui, which they've given us that kind of technical insight. But yes, as part of that full consultation, I expect we will be contacting marae, as I said, potentially holding consultation events at the marae themselves. We don't have our kind of full plan set out yet, but those are definitely things that we'll explore as part of it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Renata. So that ends the questions. I think we'll bring the recommendations up on the screen now. Would anyone like to move and second them? Moved by Councillor Darby, seconded by Councillor Lee. There's just been one addition from the published version that I don't think is inconsistent with anything we've heard, hopefully. It's been moved and seconded. Would anyone like to speak to it, or can I just put it to the vote? Councillor Lee?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The plan is one of the suite of plans, statutory plans that the council, or rather Auckland Transport nowadays, is required to deal with under the Land Transport Act. Sometimes the statutory plans in which the public are asked to be involved and have a statutory role in formulating these plans get overridden by things, informal plans coming from the top called ATAPs or ministerial interventions or whatever, which can sometimes cause a deal of confusion in terms of priorities, especially in terms of what say-so do the public have on these plans. And under this particular plan, the public do have a right to participate and be heard. I heard the comment from Councillor Darby, and essentially he was saying that we need to look to the future. And I agree with him, but if I heard him correctly, and I may have heard him incorrectly, but I want to reiterate to this meeting that public transport in Auckland is in crisis, in a deep crisis. With all due respect, you wouldn't have thought so today. However, the figures speak for themselves, and the figures that AT compile and have compiled are an enormously valuable source of information. And currently, we are aware, thanks to AT's meticulous record keeping, that in January 2020, we had 102 million passenger trips per year in Auckland, which was a result of years of work and an enormous amount of public money. We're currently, as AT indicated in its presentation this morning, around about 64 million passengers per year. That's just around about 60% or just over 60% of where we should be. And if AT is looking back to that period when public transport was increasing steadily up until the COVID epidemic, that is perfectly understandable because it's absolutely urgent that we get back to there as soon as possible. Currently, we're behind Wellington, currently behind Christchurch in their efforts. So something is significantly wrong in the way we're dealing with this problem here in Auckland. I think the first problem is that we haven't acknowledged there really is a problem. AT, perhaps understandably, puts the brightest spin on things. You get messages every few weeks saying we're up to about 80% of where we were before COVID this week, and the weeks will, I'm sure the figures are correct, but the overall figures tell a different story. So we have to acknowledge that we have a major problem, and we really need a plan, not just a plan that we have to do, but a plan to solve our public transport crisis. Because if we, and as we do, equate public transport usage and promotion with climate action, then we're failing. If we are to use the climate action targeted rate, and we put most of it into public transport, and public transport is down, then we're failing on our transport responsibilities. You know, all the virtue in the world and good intentions talking about climate will mean nothing if our actions do not follow our words. And so I would just make this point that this is an opportunity for the council and the public to become involved, but to inject some urgency into what is a fairly routine humdrum document. It is a valuable opportunity for the public and the council to become involved and express their aspirations for a first-class transport system, public transport system in Auckland, which we do not have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Councillor Darby.
Do you mind, Chair, I think in the Roman, the BI about recovery, that's not what it says on our document. It's about recovery and exceeding. So I'm just wondering if we can add the word "and exceeding," because if we don't have that there, we're not going to get much.
Happy to make that.
If you could just make that. And look, I take the points of Councillor Lee. He is absolutely correct. You know, we have been in crisis, we're still in crisis, but there are definitely green shoots at the moment. The ferry that I catch is overloaded. You know, it is really busy. The ferry feeder bus that I catch to my ferry is busier than I've ever known it to be. I look at the numbers coming out of all the ferry berths in the morning downtown, and I look back sometimes and I see a lot of people that I was not seeing even 6 weeks ago. You know, there are green shoots there. So while I'm not shying away from the problems we've got, they are enormous, they're great challenges. I'll have those on, I'll take those on. But there are some really positive numbers coming through. You know, there are people heaving in the city centre here, in the downtown area. There's a lot of people coming back to their workplaces, you know, in the so-called white-collar work area. I'm seeing that. I don't know what it's like in other areas, and I'm happy to hear the anecdotal stories of other councillors who regularly take public transport. But from my experience, despite us being 35 skippers and deckhands down, and we've been that constant for at least 2 months now, it was 46 pre-Christmas. Pre-Christmas, we're more like 500 bus drivers down. As of today, we're 354, an improvement of 3 in the last week. So things are tracking. We just all want them to track a lot faster. And I'm glad to hear that we're all committed to going in the direction of getting public transport back on track and then on a brand new track to a whole new growth curve.
Thank you, Councillor Darby. And to finish us off, Councillor Dalton.
Thank you. I'll be really quick. Thank you, Luke and Andrew, for bringing the report and all the work that you've done on it. And I know times are tough at 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 the moment, so appreciate you being here and giving us such a positive way forward. I think too, look, I was listening to Councillor Lee as well around investment and what money we put in, and we must continue to recognise that every year we cut Auckland Transport's budget, and every year we're asking more of them in particular areas. And while it's very easy to throw the rocks, and we do get pretty good at that at times, we've got to invest. If we're going to set the strategies and the plans and the direction, and then we're not going to fund them, then we leave them with what? So I'm not saying that there isn't room for efficiencies. We will continue to find efficiencies throughout all of our organisations. But we cannot continue to ask Auckland Transport to deliver on less, with less funding all the time, because that's all we keep doing. I don't know the last time that Auckland Transport had the money to do what we were asking of them, particularly in the public transport and emission reduction space. So, of course I will support this. I do think there is something in what Councillor Darby said about the numbers, and I actually thought I heard Chair Donnelly mention it once. I think he mentioned about maybe we need to not look at the pre-COVID numbers, maybe we need to look at where we're here now and then forecast, because things have changed. There are less people driving or taking buses, there's people working from home. All of that stuff, which is anecdotal to a certain point. We don't have any real data on it, so we don't know true numbers and what we should head for. But you've given us a focus, you've got a focus, and that's good. It's tracking forward. But I think it's worth considering what Councillor Darby has mentioned, and certainly we should consider what Councillor Lee has mentioned. We can say all we like about providing good public transport, infrastructure, emission reductions, but if we're not going to fund it, we're just going to keep sitting here and saying to Auckland Transport, why aren't you doing your job properly? Yeah. They're not doing their job properly because we're not taking it seriously enough. So I'll support this. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thanks to all the speakers there. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favour, say aye.
Aye.
Against? Okay, carried unanimously. Thank you, officers. Next item, the Onehunga branch line, considerations and future. Christiane and Mark are thinking coming up here, and the backdrop to this is that we did have a request from Councillor Bartley and Lee earlier in the year as to the future of this important line. So I'll hand over to you, Mark.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the purpose of this paper is to just give an update on our current plans and thinking around rail services on the Onehunga line, to be operated during, at the moment, the CRL construction, but also post-CRL opening as well. I'd like to take the report as read. There are the options in there, 5 options, which we have considered, but Christian has got a short presentation which we can go through very quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you. So, just wanted to go through the current state of the Onehunga branch line and explain the why we are operating what we are operating now. So, the Onehunga branch is a spur from the southern line, and it's a single line. So due to the configuration of the infrastructure, we cannot run trains less than 30 minutes. So every increase of frequency would require huge investments, a passing loop, but also something at the junction with the southern line, such as a flyover or 4 tracks. Another thing is the platforms on the Onehunga branch are limited to 3-car trains, so that limits the capacity of what we can run on the line. To explain the plan for the services on that branch, we need to look at a network level. And that's the rail network as it is now, before the opening of CRL. the services that we run on the network right now are these. The first, the Western Line. The trains come from Swansea and past Grafton, they enter Newmarket Station. And then they turn back to reach Waitemata. So that is very important because that has been operating like that for a decade, and habits have been formed, and the Western Line customers are using the Western Line to reach Grafton for education purpose, St. Peter's, but also for work. There is the hospital not far, and to Newmarket for retail and jobs. The second service, we operate on the network, the Eastern Line. The fourth one is the Southern Line and the Onionga branch. So you see also that Waitemata being a terminating station, you need a lot of platforms because you've got 4 different services reaching Waitemata right now. So currently we have 5 platforms at Waitemata, 4 for the services and 1 for resilience and peak to off-peak overlay. So during the construction of CRL, a lot is happening at Waitemata. That is what Waitemata will look like when CRL opens. As I've already explained in this forum, City Rail Link Limited is decommissioning platform 2 because we need more space in the station when CRL opens, larger stairs. The plan is, when CRL is open in the near future, to rip platform 4 near to platform 3. So you will get the same width of platform between the terminating platforms and the through platforms who are going into the tunnel. So the constraint is that during these works, we will only have 3 platforms permanently available. 4 platforms plus including 1 for resilience and transition between peak and off-peak, meaning that we are going from 5 down to 3 platforms for a short period of time with the services as we are currently operating. So our rail operator, Auckland One Rail, in their operation plan, have told us that they are not able to bring every services at Waitemata. So there is a trade-off that needs to be made, and the current situation is that most of the time the services from Onionga will have to terminate either at Newmarket and Penrose, and customers will have to take the next train coming on the Southern Line. So that's during the construction. When CRL open, what happens? So we've got 3 new stations and a totally different network. That will enable us to operate a totally different pattern on the network. The first thing is that we will connect the Western Line and the Eastern Line. 1 train every 7 minutes and 30 seconds in the peak and every 15 minutes off peak. So that will enable the customers on the Western Line to gain 17 minutes each way in their commute to the city centre. It will also enable the Eastern Line customers to reach directly Henderson, Kingsland, Mount Eden, and the Western Line customers to reach new opportunities directly on the Eastern Line, like Sylvia Park. The second thing, the Southern Line will operate as a loop in the CRL. 1 train every 7.5 minutes in the peak and 15 minutes off peak. And it's 1 train every other will go clockwise, and the other one will go anti-clockwise. So the thing is, with these services, you see there is a missing link in the services between Manafao and Grafton and Newmarket. So we need to solve that and do something to enable the Western Line customers who are currently using Grafton and Newmarket to reach those stations without having to turn back. So the variable with which we can play is the services from Henderson. And there are 5 options that we have explored, 3 which are feasible before CRL opens, but comes with trade-off, and 2, and I will explain later why, are not feasible under the current funding and in the current timeline. So the option 1, which is the preferred for the time being, is that the Onehunga services will run every 30 minutes from Henderson to Onehunga. The trade-off is that the Onehunga customers will have to change train on the same platform between Newmarket and Ellerslie, so either at Newmarket, Ellerslie, or Green Lane. But they will only have to wait for the next Southern train, so they will have to wait in average 3 minutes and 45 seconds. On the other side, they will gain direct access to Grafton and to Mount Eden, Kingsland, and up to Henderson. And also that's why we need a third platform at Henderson, to enable the turn back. We need to note that there will still be an improvement from the current situation for the Onehunga customers when they want to travel to the Uptown or Midtown, to Waioratu, Karangahape. The next option would be to bring the Onehunga services to Waitemata, as it is now. The backdrop is that on the Western Line, if you want to go to Grafton or Newmarket, you need to go to Karangahape, wait 7.5 minutes in average for the next train, and turn back. That will also create some congestion on the Southern Line in the tunnel. And last but not least, there are 10 times more people living in the catchment of the Western Line stations than in the catchment of the Onehunga stations. The second option, the third option, is to operate the Onehunga services through the tunnel to Henderson. Still, it doesn't solve the issue of the missing link. And it will also be more costly because we need more trains, and that will cost more to operate. The fourth option that we've explored, and unfortunately that is not feasible because we will need some additional infrastructure at Penrose, and this one doesn't solve the issue of the missing link. And the fifth option, which would be the best outcome from a customer service perspective, additional services from Henderson to Newmarket, in addition to direct services to Waitemata, currently are not feasible because of the congestion at Newmarket. So, in conclusion, for the time being, with the current funding, the current state of the infrastructure, option 1 is the option that we are working on to develop a timetable with our rail operator.
Thank you very much, Christian, for that, and Mark, for that presentation. Do we have questions now on what we've just heard, or anything associated? Councillor Bartley?
Thank you. So you're going to go out to consult on option 1, not the other options. So how does the Onehunga community get to have a say on these options if they're only going to see option 1 and the local board?
Yeah, we can present the alternative options, and we need also to go to the Western Line customers to present the same options. As I highlighted in the analysis, we need to address the missing gap between Manafao and Grafton and Newmarket for the Western Line customers. And currently, with the funding we have and the infrastructure that Curail is providing, option one is the only feasible option to address that missing link.
And did you ask about the local board to
I did, yeah.
Are they to be brought into the loop here?
Are they?
Well, I'm asking
they're not
Christian.
currently.
Yeah. So can
all-
that be done, Christian? The local board can.
Yes, we will arrange a meeting and present the options to the local board.
Thank you. Other questions? Councillor Hills.
Thank you, Chair Watson. I guess my brief comment is this is sort of like with the new network with the buses on the busway. A lot of people didn't like the two bus, going from one long bus. But are you going to be able to tell a story of how this will actually benefit Onehunga users? Because actually the frequency and the time and the speed will mean they have far more access to far more things. It just won't often be a direct. And somehow we've got to tell that story like we did through the new network, because people were angry and then we had a 40% increase in use on those routes, I guess, which showed that people found it much better.
Yeah.
Councillor Hills. IMSB member Renata.
Tēnā kōrua. Can you confirm the likely impact of the recommended approach for those Māori living in that area?
Yes.
Yeah.
Based on the 2018 census, there are 8,900 Māori on the Western Line station's catchment. So these will gain 17 minutes in their journey each way to go to the CBD. They will retain the direct access to Grafton and Newmarket. On the other side, in the catchment of Onehunga and Te Papapa stations, there are 1,000 Māori that will have to wait 3 minutes and 45 seconds to the next train on the same platform to reach the CBD.
Just one other. That's the statistics that you've given. How were Māori engaged in this plan in terms of to the recommended approach that you've placed forward? How were they actually engaged?
So two things. The first thing is that the plan is consistent with the 2018 regional public transport plan, and at that time there has been consultation with everyone. I haven't had time to find the exact input that we have received back in 2017 and 2018 on this, but we will come back to you on that. Specifically on this one, we haven't engaged with the local boards, the general public, the Māori yet.
Yeah. It's just, it's how to actually, for Māori patronage, on the line. It's quite difficult to see what that would look like.
We can come back with a written response just to clarify the statistics we provided.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Member Renata. So I think we're just about at the end of the questions here. If we put the recommendations up, Councillor Lee and Bartley, you had a suggestion. Okay, but I think that
Is it up there or?
It's not
can I
up
go
there. I think part of it has been answered in terms of the consultation, hasn't it? They will be going out to consult with the community over the next couple of years. Is that correct, Christian?
As soon as we have the confirmation from our rail operator that we have a timetable in addition to the plan, yes.
Yeah, okay. As far as opening the line immediately goes, I think that question would have to be posed to them whether they can do that or not. I mean, I'm in your hands. Councillor Lee, do you want to just speak to the existing recommendations, or is there anything else you want to add there? I'm just.
I understand there's another recommendation in the pipeline.
Yeah. Well,
I'll speak to.
Well,
We need to move in
I
second.
respect to what we have up here. I just.
Sorry, Mike, we just have to move and second this,
Okay.
as it stands before we speak to it. Do you want to move that, Councillor Lee and Bartley?
So we're not going to put up the amendment?
Well, we can put the amendment up, but I think half of it has been addressed and the other half I don't think they can do, but please, can we put the amendment up so we can at least get a sense of, we can move and second the substantive. So do we have two people to do that?
I'm happy to move.
Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Hills. And then we can put up the amendment, which will be Councillor Bartley and Councillor Lee, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
So can we put that up, please? And we might have, I'm just signaling, we might have to seek a bit of guidance on that, whether it's actually possible, but.
I could provide a brief comment on that. I think we did cover it in the report, Chair. It is physically possible to put the Onehunga rail services back in there, but other services would have to be removed, and that would reduce patronage and disadvantage more people, because there is physically less platforms to receive all these services during the construction of the Britomart.
Okay, so we've got the amendment there, Councillor Bartley and Lee. We've heard what Mark Lambert has said in respect of what that would mean. So I guess that we'll have to take that into account, but it's up there. It's theoretically possible, but it does have consequences for the rest of the network. So with that said, Councillor Bartley or Lee, do you want to speak to your amendment?
Yes, thank you. Really, I know that it's about the regional benefit in terms of patronage and rail services, but at the same time, I represent Onehunga. I'm the councillor for that area. So what they've told me very, very loudly is that they want their services reinstated from the Onehunga line to Britomart. So I have to, I have to put voice to what my community has asked for. There are so many reasons why we need efficient, effective public transport options for Onehunga. We've had to lose some of our bus services for the regional benefit in terms of the bus network route changes. And now with the rail service, I mean, it was only every 30 minutes, but if there was a way that it could be improved, then you would get much more uptake from the local community there, who are already loyal to that service anyway. We've got so much intensification, and this is just private intensification in the Onehunga and surrounding area, with Fabric, Onehunga Mall, Manaki, Onehunga Bay Terraces. The schools are expecting an 8,000 increase in their population by 2030. Overall, Onehunga One Tree Hill is going to increase by up to 34,000 from the current 24,000 population. So there is a great need there for our rail service and our bus services. And in terms of our rail line, there are other options that I see community have been putting up, for instance, like a shuttle from Onehunga to Penrose, and there are concerns about the transfers, and there's no cover on the stations, and there's safety concerns when the service is cancelled. They've got to walk through an industrial area at night to get back to Onehunga. So all these concerns, residents that have bought into the area on the basis of there being efficient public transport in the area, and now losing that direct line into Britomart, losing the direct line into the Civic Centre with their 312 flyer bus service. So, you know, it's taking a few hits for regional benefit, and so that's why I do appreciate Councillor Lee bringing up this amendment, which I, of course, have to support as the councillor for the area, and acknowledging his work in reopening the Onehunga line in 2010, from when it originally started in stopped in 1973, and how this is actually the first rail line for the city. So, yeah, thank you. That's all I've got to say.
Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Bartley is quite right. It was the earliest line for the city, and it was closed down in 1973, and it was after quite a long public campaign that the Auckland Regional Council and ARTA and Kiwi Rail recommissioned and reopened the line in 2010. And it would be fair to say, Mark, that while the public was really keen on it, officialdom wasn't that keen. It seems to me, sadly, that situation hasn't changed when it comes to the Onehunga branch line. We are dealing with two aspects here: the present service, or what was the present service, and then post CRL. And the City Rail Link obviously is going to have a big impact on the Onehunga branch services, and as set out in this report, not probably as people had hoped. Now, the CRL itself was quite controversial in its beginnings. The mayor of the time, Len Brown, supported it. The government of the day did not. The board of ARTA, of Auckland Transport, was brand new, and the board of Auckland Transport would have been guided by the council. The predecessor to this committee was also divided on the CRL, but a majority of it supported it, and so the board of AT was able to adopt it and push it, supported by the Mayor of Auckland, and eventually the government changed its mind in light of public opinion. However, as in the original business case of the CRL, there were funds included in that, in the costs for upgrading.
Just continue, Councillor.
I'll continue when the officials are listening, because
they're trying to actually aid your cause, but if you want to wait, fair enough. Yeah, I know, but this is an unusual. Yeah. Oh, for goodness sake.
Can I suggest, Mr. Chair, that we actually just take an actual adjournment, because it sounds
okay,
like you're going to wordsmith
I will
this.
resume, if I may. Thank you. In the original business case of the CRL, there were, a part of the costs, 2.4 billion, were money allocated for upgrading the Onehunga branch line. However, what has happened since is that the line operated as designed from 2010 to June 2022. It contributed 5% of the patronage of the total in Auckland, which was 21 million at that time prior to COVID. And proportionately, in terms of the catchment, the public take-up of rail PT in the Onehunga area and along that line was higher than anywhere else. However, without notice, in June or July, actually, 2022, a few months ago, last year, the services were truncated and in effect terminated at Newmarket. People were ushered off the trains. The trains carried on down past Parnell Station and stopped at the Strand, and that was because of temporary work in the CRL. There was, when this happened, the Public Transport Users Association and Campaign for Better Transport became involved, along with Councillor Bartley, and there was some polling done outside the Onehunga station. At that time, over 1 week, there were 209 responses. 95% of people complained that there was no consultation. 86% of the patrons opposed the terminations of services at Newmarket, and there was consequently about a 20% loss of patronage as a result of that decision. The report says here on Executive Summary Point 2, before the construction of the City Rail Link, CRL, services were operated to the Waimata station, that was formerly Britomart, every 30 minutes. Well, that's misleading. Construction of the CRL started in June 2016. And so these services at Onehunga operated for years and years after that. A decision was taken by AT and CRL Limited, presumably, to chop those services years after the CRL was being constructed. So it doesn't necessarily work with the beginning of the construction of the CRL. I'm concerned that we have a public transport crisis, as I mentioned earlier. Our current rail public transport, which costs us way more than buses, which are expensive enough, we're currently spending billions on rail, less than half of what they were, so less than 50% of what they were pre-COVID. I think we need to do everything we can to restore those services, and as Councillor Darby mentioned earlier, it's essential that we exceed where we were in late 2019, and I therefore support the amendment for this reason, because the public want those services restored. In terms of climate action, electric trains are probably the best way, or a single way of dealing with transport-generated carbon emissions, and we should be doing something about it. What is physically possible should be politically possible, and this is physically possible if there is a will. What happens after the CRL is a different question. It seems to me that there is a bunch of options there, and what hasn't really been explained that well is that one of the penalties, the negatives of the CRL, will be that the service from Newmarket west and vice versa will be cut in effect by the CRL. It will mean people from the west will be able to get to the city 20 minutes quicker, but in terms of getting to the Newmarket, with great difficulty, and that is a genuine problem that I think we need to work on together. The Onehunga services apparently will be sacrificed to try and solve that problem. That may be the only option, but that will happen after the CRL becomes operable, which, as Mr. Potter explained to us very carefully, that doesn't mean immediately after the CRL is completed. It may be months after, according to Mr Potter. So we have some time. So there was two aspects to the amendment, and that is to call upon Auckland Transport to resume those services as called for by the public, and then to genuinely consult with the public about the various options, and we have some years to do it, how we solve the problem of Onehunga and Western services, and come up with a win-win if we possibly can. That will require a genuine, open sort of consultation rather than a fait accompli, take it or leave it, and we're in charge, have your say and we will have your way, which has all too often been the way that consultations have been carried on in the past. So I support the amendment.
With the permission of the meeting and the mover and the seconder, I think and this is unusual, so I'm asking for a departure from procedure here. Otherwise, we just have our debate and vote on it in a bit of an information void. I've heard the request. I think that the second part has been answered to an extent, but I guess what hasn't become made clear to us is what is the ability to impose immediate restoration of the Onehunga rail services. I mean, that's important. We really need to know that, don't we? So Councillor Lee and Bartley, is it okay with you if we allow the officers to speak to that? I'm really in your hands as far as that goes.
Yeah, I'm happy for that, yeah.
Councillor Lee?
Fine.
Okay, all right. So you've seen the amendment, Mark and Christian. So what we're just looking for is a reasonably succinct explanation as to the first part of the amendment here, the requesting the immediate restoration of the Onehunga line and what that would mean and how possible it is. Thank you.
So as I think we explained at the last meeting and in this paper, the issue is the capacity of Britomart during the current construction works through to opening of CRL. There's physically not enough space or train slots to put all services in there as there was before the construction work started, so something has to be removed. We've made the call to terminate Onehunga services at Newmarket as opposed to Britomart, and so therefore Onehunga customers have to transfer at Newmarket to complete their journey at Britomart. That's currently in place at the moment. If we were to put those services 2 per hour back into Britomart from Newmarket all the way, then we would have to cancel 1 or 2 other services to allow that space. That's the simple physics facts that we would have to do. And if we were going to do that, we would, I would assume, would be expected to consult with the Western and Southern Line customers as to whether we should do that. We have purposely chosen to terminate 2 trains per hour from Onehunga at Newmarket as opposed to Britomart to maximise patronage and utilisation. If we did anything else, because there are 3 trains per hour, not 6 trains per hour on the Onehunga line, we would be reducing, in the short term, the capacity of Britomart and reducing patronage.
Okay, thank you for that, for making that clear. If you wouldn't mind stepping back now, and thank you.
That's not true.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, before they step back, I had a question of officers.
Just hold it,
Christian
please.
knows the truth.
Okay, we've had the explanation. We'll resume the debate. People, of course, are quite free to vote whatever way they've got. I've got a number of speakers here. I think Councillor Fletcher, you were the first. Turner, Baker.
Mr. Chair, mine was actually a question.
Okay. Yeah.
So I'd like to exercise my right with a question, if I may. It may be a question to Mr. Potter, if it's
a question to help this, I mean, really, these sort of questions should have been asked during the question time. So I'm just trying to make sure everyone's voting with their eyes open. That's what I'm trying to do. I will, in these unusual circumstances, please ask Barry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, there is.
May I put it in the context of the immense sympathy that I have for Councillor Bartley and Councillor Lee, and particularly in the case of Councillor Lee, I know the passionate advocacy that he brought prior to amalgamation and then on continuation of amalgamation to the Onehunga line, and I had the advantage of sitting on the board of Auckland Transport with him, where he was very strong on this point. My questions are, perhaps Barry, you can answer. When we have a matter that is very important like this, the policy around unfunded items, in part, I don't feel comfortable in voting on the amendment without actually having an understanding about the options around the funding matters. And secondly, is there a policy position that has been adopted? I understand the arguments that have been posed in and around patronage, but is there any positioning with regards this decision that is to do with proposed light rail and options into the future?
Excuse me, taking a second. Look, I'm unaware of any implications of this for light rail. I can't comment specifically on that, but I wouldn't have thought so. With regard to the first, we haven't had any advice from AT in terms of any cost implications of this, any loss of revenue from other lines or anything like that. So we have no advice from AT in terms of the financial implications of a decision like this, in terms of revenue or operating costs or anything else.
So in previous councils, when there are unfunded items and the unfunding references are made within the report, we've had the opportunity of going away and having a look at that matter and for the matter to be returned. I'm trying to be helpful here, Mr. Chairman. I'm interested to know what the options are for those of us who feel that there isn't adequate information on this today, and what the implications would be if this matter were deferred to come back to the next meeting of Transport and Infrastructure with more information being available.
Through the chair, this is mostly at this point an advisory paper. There's no hard decision required, and we could ask AT to come back with further guidance on that, understanding of the costs and revenues and operational implications before that motion is considered.
Okay, thanks for those questions. Do the mover and seconder want to take up that offer of bringing this back with more detail, or do you want to proceed as is?
This is only a request to restore the services that we've had since 2010. That's all it is. In terms of funding, Auckland Council spends a lot of money with Auckland Transport to maintain rail services. So there's no reason, it's not that it's a question of not being funded, it's a question whether it's physically possible. And I have good advice, including from within AT, that it is physically possible.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll go, okay, it's answered, so we'll go back to the speaking order then. I've tried to make things clear. So Councillor Turner, Fletcher, Baker, Hills and Dalton.
Thank you. I support this. This is Auckland. We're all in this together. No one should be left out. Onehunga isn't going to be left out for paying for all this, that's for sure. So I'm not here to pick winners and losers. We share in the whole thing. Our problem with paying for it is our problem. The unforeseen variations in building it is AT's problem. And so I support everyone being treated equally, and they should be allowed access to their train if it's at all possible. Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher?
Yes.
No, thank you. Councillor Baker?
Yeah, so I'm not going to support it, and just picking up on, they still have an access to a train, Ken. It stops at Newmarket. So the people of Onehunga still have access. People of Pukekohe don't have an access. They've been taken out for 2 years because of the need, and they've accepted that grudgingly and are looking at a 5-hour door-to-door daily commute time when stage 4, unless we can find something. So to say that Onehunga don't have a train service is wrong. And so, as we've heard, I trust and I accept the advice we have had given. I don't see any point in asking Auckland Transport staff to waste time coming back here to repeat what they have already said today, that if they put in a service into from Onehunga to Britomart, other services will suffer. And so there is a service. We are besotted, and we seem to have entitlement in this country and in this city that we will have a one-seat journey in our public transport, go anywhere in the world where they have top-class public transport. There is no expectation you will get from one side of the city on to the other by sitting in a single seat. Yet we sit here, and people who get close to me when they want to have a chat about this, cop it. We sit there and think that we have the entitlement to get on a train or a bus and have it take us from point A to point B where we want it to go. That cannot happen in this sort of organisation that we have as we move towards a world-class public transport system. It's just something we've got to get our heads around, and I just do not accept, sorry Ken, the whole thing about this is about giving everyone an option. They've got an option. It will be better at the end. This is a little bit of pain for some very, very outstanding long-term gain. And I did have written down here what are the opportunities should there be a light rail system and replication and better services. I don't know for the people of Onehunga and other parts, but I won't be supporting this because there is a service and we've just got to move on.
Point taken. Councillor Hills.
Thank you, Chair. No, I can't support it for similar reasons to Councillor Baker, and I understand where Councillor Lee and Councillor Bartley are coming from. It is just, and I've asked this last year when it happened. The graph sort of looks like this: the people affected on the Onehunga line, or if it switches, the people affected like this. So there's 3 lines versus 1, and it will make it more effective at the end because that whole connection in will be far more frequent, 50% or 100% increase in access to different parts of the network. It does bring up the fact of other lines that we're going to need in the future, like the light rail lines, because we can't keep pumping more rapid rail can't keep pouring more hoses into the same bucket, essentially. So it just doesn't work like that. So I feel for the people who are going to be affected, who are being affected by this, but just like I was speaking to the officers when the new network happened on the shore, a lot of people complained about having to connect, and then at the end, a lot of people found it more convenient because there was more frequent buses going to the busway, getting on and off, and they had more choice of how to get around. So the officers are trying their best to work on a system that we have kicked off with this project. So I can't support this and will support the original amendment. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Dalton, could you round off the debate on the amendment,
Yes,
please?
thank you. Thank you, Chair, and I will be quick again. Everything that Andy said, and just another thing in addition, every time we do something like this, we're creating a cost. Now, there were a whole lot of votes, a majority, for no more reports, no more new projects, nothing new. And the Mayor's been really, really clear about that. Every time we put something up like this as a cost, we're already short funding. So I can't support it for that reason as well. It's a principle I'm going to try and be consistent with, is not supporting more and more work to be done when we've said no to discretionary spend this financial year. We have got a tight next financial year, and heaven knows what the long-term plan is going to look like. So I just want to commend Councillor Bartley for how well she spoke for her community out there. Totally get it, Joe. And I'm sorry that this can't be supported. If we were in better financial times, I'd be right behind you, boots and all. So I can't support this. Thank you.
Miss Councillor Ferry, could you finish us off?
Thank you. I wish the opportunity for an adjournment for some wordsmithing had been taken, because I think we probably could have found something that spoke to the intent but didn't actually put us in the situation of requesting something that AT have already said no to, including in this meeting. My suggestion to the mover and seconder of the amendment is that we look at wording that says request improvements to the Onehunga to Britomart connection, ideally through reinstatement of direct Onehunga rail services and consultation over the next 2 years, etc. I don't know if that's considered friendly by the mover or the seconder, but yeah, would either of you be interested in changing the wording in that way?
What does that do that this doesn't?
It means that we're not directly asking for something that AT have already said no to. We've said that would be the ideal outcome, but it's not necessarily the only outcome. We're asking for improvements to the Onehunga to Britomart connection, and we're indicating that that would be the ideal, but acknowledging that that's not necessarily the only option, given that they've told us that it's not a viable option. If you don't want to incorporate it, that's fine. I just wanted to make the suggestion as a compromise.
I think we have tried to make some suggestions, so I think we've been there.
All right, I withdraw. Thank you.
Yeah.
The improvement the public want is the restoration of their direct connection, because most people polled supported a direct connection from Queensland Onehunga to Queensland Auckland.
Sorry.
That's the trouble, isn't it? Okay, so the amendment has been moved, it's been seconded, or take it on the voices. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against?
No.
I declare it lost. We return to the substantive motion. Is there any debate required on the substantive? No. The substantive should be up there. It's the same as the recommendations in your paper. Moved by Councillor Fletcher, seconded by Councillor Hills. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Move on to the next update on the City Centre Delivery Program. It's a covering report. A call to the table, Jenny and Simon and Eric. Welcome, and please proceed with your presentation.
Kia ora, Chair and Councillors. Thank you. You'll recall at the governing body's March meeting, the governing body gave approval to increase the funding for the Te Hanoa Victoria Street project, as well as to award the construction contract. At this meeting, I'll be providing an update on the broader City Centre Target Rate program, as well as an overview of what delivery will look like in the City Centre over the next few years. In addition, I'll also give an update on some of the significant private developments that's happening in the city centre. At the March meeting, the governing body requested that staff report back on how efficient movement for people and goods are maintained in the city centre, and we'll be coming back in the June meeting to report on that item separately. Later on this year, Iki Panuku will also be reporting on the City Centre Action Plan, and that will basically help guide the council family to deliver on the City Centre Master Plan in an integrated manner over the next few years. Auckland City Centre generates around 1/5 of Auckland's GDP. We have 146,000 jobs based here, so that's between 1 in 6 and 1 in 7 jobs within Auckland are based in the city centre. There are 2 of Auckland's largest university with a combined student roll of 50,000 students. It's also home to 36 residents. While the city centre has been significantly impacted by COVID over the last few years, we're seeing very positive signs of recovery. So recently, with increased foot traffic, new businesses opening up, as well as increased demand for quality office spaces. Since 2012, the City Centre Master Plan has guided the development of the city centre. And the master plan was refreshed in 2020 and will continue to play a strong role to shape the city centre well into the future. The city centre program that is collectively delivered by the council family is aiming to provide easy access from across the region for people to travel here to access jobs, social opportunities, as well as study options. We're delivering infrastructure that enables the private sector to invest and grow in the city centre to create jobs and opportunities. We're also delivering projects to make the city environment attractive, vibrant and safe for the people that live and work here and study here, as well as the international and national visitors that come to Auckland and spread the word of their experience back in their home city. Since 2004, commercial and residential property owners in the city centre, within the city centre boundary, pays a city centre targeted rate that is used to fund development in the city centre. The city centre target rate collects around $24 million per annum, and over the next 9 years or so, it will fund over $200 million of capital investment in the city centre. Delivery of the program is well underway, and we have a number of significant projects that is being completed over the last 5 years. Some of the major projects completed include the downtown program led by Auckland Transport and completed in 2021 that delivered 6 new ferry booths along Queen's Wharf, an iconic new public space, Te Wānanga, as well as the improved Quay Street and the renewal of the 100-year-old seawall underneath. The program also delivered a new downtown bus interchange that services the North Shore and Western bus routes. Galway Street here has been transformed into a shared space. Each phase of the project is delivered in collaboration with the Bridmart Group, alongside the refurbishment of significant historic buildings in the precinct. The last section of the Galway Street shared space was completed earlier this year. At the end of 2020, CRL completed the refurbishment of the Central Post office building and the Te Komititanga Square. We also have the Freiburg Square and Alan Melville Centre open in 2017, and this is a very much a well-cherished and well-used public space. At the end of last year, Auckland Council delivered part of the Waihoritu Queen Street project to change Queen Street into a people-focused premier shopping street. Later on this year, we'll be going back to deliver the section between Customs Street and Shortland Street to make sure that it's consistent with the rest of the street. We've also completed the shared space between Mayule Drive and Wellesley Street, linking up to the section previously completed alongside Sky City. The council worked closely with Auckland City Mission to coordinate our design and planning and construction with the home ground development. The Karangahape Road enhancement was completed by Auckland Transport in 2021, adding to the growing network of cycleway and bus infrastructure. The project was supported by the City Centre targeted rate and contributing to streetscape upgrade component of the project. Auckland Council certainly haven't been the only ones investing in the city centre, so there has been a number of significant private sector development that has come online over the last few years. So just starting on the top left, we have the Auckland City Mission Home Ground that delivered over 80 homes and wraparound facilities for people in need. In the top centre there, you have the Hotel Britomart that opened in 2020. It's New Zealand's first Green Star, 5-star Green Star hotel. On the top right there, the Pacifica apartment building is New Zealand's tallest residential tower at 57 stories, providing 272 homes. And the bottom left there is Commercial Bay, delivering 130,000 metres square of office space, housing 10,000 workers. And you have the bottom middle, so the Mason Brothers, so it's part of Wynyard Quarter's ongoing innovation precinct development. And the bottom right is the Holiday Inn Express that's opened recently, New Zealand's tallest hotel, offering 300 rooms. Over the next few years, our focus for development shifts to Midtown, where we anticipate that the City Rail Link will catalyse regeneration of the area over the next few years. The council family is working together to improve the streets around the new City Rail Link station, improving travel choices and improving the connectivity between bus and rail. We're also working with Watercare and Avecta to improve the underground utilities and adding capacity to enable growth. Following the governing body's approval at its March meeting, we have started construction for the Te Hanoa Victoria Street project last week. And we have Auckland Transport Board will start the delivery of the Victoria Street Bus Improvement Project at the beginning of next year. Watercare will be delivering new underground wastewater infrastructure to provide additional capacity for growth. So that will be as well as to reduce the risk of water quality issues into the Waitemata Harbour.
Does that mean they dig it up?
We can just go through that later on in the presentation, thank you. So we have the Myers Park underpass project that's under construction at the moment, and we'll be delivering a welcoming and accessible entrance into Myers Park. In addition to all of Council's development, we're also seeing a strong pipeline of private sector development in the city centre. So what you're looking at in this render is the Symphony Centre that will be developed over the top of the CRL Te Waihoretu station and the old Bledisloe car park. So it's a 21-storey mixed-use building that's estimated to be over $400 million worth of investment, and will be delivering 60 new homes in this building. We also are working closely with the New Zealand International Convention Centre, anticipated to be completed in 2025. That will be the largest and most versatile conference space in New Zealand. Another exciting development is the building to the right of the Sky Tower. That is the St James Theatre and Apartment building that will be looking to deliver over 400 new homes, as well as the restoration of the historic St James Theatre. Also, Kāinga Ora's development on Grays Ave, currently under construction, will deliver 276 new homes. A new hotel is currently under construction on Wellesley Street, the Hotel Grand Chancellor, that will add 200 new hotel rooms to the city. And another one is the 280 Queen Street development that will be a 15-storey mixed-use commercial building. 50 Albert Street is currently under construction. It will be delivering 30,000 square metres of new office space, scheduled for completion in mid-2024, and represents $650 million of investment. And just what is also the Seascape apartments that's under construction at the moment. Once it's completed, will surpass the Pacifica building as the tallest apartment building in New Zealand, and the building will deliver over 200 new homes. And these are just some of the examples that are more significant examples shown here, but there are many more examples of private sector developments underway. So all of this represents billions of dollars of private sector investment in the city centre, and that's really telling us that there is a high level of confidence from the city centre, from the private sector in the city centre in Auckland. As I mentioned before, the city centre target rate will fund over $200 million of capital investment in the city centre. So the rates that are raised are ring-fenced in reserve and are programmed to be spent over the next 9 years. The targeted rate currently finishes in financial year 2031. I might just, apologies, ask Emma to pass. No? Okay, sorry. Just wanting to take you through in terms of what you will likely see, what you will see happening on the ground from a construction perspective over the next few years. So starting, what you're seeing here is what the staging plan looks like towards the end of this year. And just to explain, the light, the pink colour or light red colour is showing work that's being planned. The darker pink is showing work that's under construction. And then the hatched pattern is showing work that is completed. The yellow squares that you see are showing the resource consents granted for major projects in the city centre. So on the top of the, so the second half of this year, what we're looking at is delivering of works. Apologies, we're just passing out some hard copies so you can take a look at the staging plan a little bit closely. Thank you. So in the second half of 2023, we will be completing the final stages of the Queen Street project. So we'll be looking to undertake that work between Custom Street and Shortland Street, starting around mid this year. A lot of our focus is also around Midtown, so the work will be undertaken by City Rail Link as well as Auckland Council on Victoria Street during the second half of this year, and as well as on Albert Street and part of Kingston Street between Wyndham Street and Victoria Street. You'll see the area at the entrance of Myers Park where we are delivering the Myers Park Underpass project. And there is a small section next to on Hobson Street that represents the streetscape around the NZICC. And towards the first half of 2024, we would be we would have completed the works on the northern section of Queen Street. We would have completed or mostly completed the works on Victoria Street and reopened to the west of Queen Street and reopened the Victoria Street intersection between the Albert and Victoria Street intersection. The works will be starting on Wellesley Street by the CRL, and the CRL streetscape on Albert Street will be moving to between Victoria Street and Wellesley Street. I think Councillor Walker asked about the water-care works before. So the water-care works will be undertaken, and you can see that as a dotted line along Queen Street. The work will be undertaken underground, where they will be mining the tunnel under Queen Street. But what that means is they will be creating shaft locations at the intersection of Victoria and Queen and Wellesley Street and Queen to drop their tunnel boring machine. You'll also see on the south of the picture, so the works undertaken by Auckland Transport in the Karangahape Road precinct. And on the second half of 2024, the top of the picture there is on the north is the demolition of the temporary structure and reinstatement of the Central Post Office Station Plaza. We will start work on the upgrade of Mills Lane and Exchange Lane, and that is aligned with the works of the 50 Albert Street development. The Victoria Street work will be completed from High Street to Kitchener Street and moving down towards the section between Queen Street and High Street following behind the closure of the water care shafts on that intersection. And CRL's Albert Street streetscape works will be completed and focusing on a small part of work just along Mayoral Drive. We have the works starting or continuing on Wellesley Street, and the development for the physical works for the Symphony Centre and Overstation work will be starting during that time. Water care will be continuing to tunnel under Queen Street, and they'll be opening up a further sort of shaft at the Mayoral Drive and Queen Street intersection. And the works on the Karangahape Road precinct will continue during that time. And the first half of 2025, we will continue to deliver the works for the Central Post Office Station Plaza. We will continue to do the works on Mills Lane and Exchange Lane. And we will also be starting the upgrade of Emily Place. And we'll also be continuing the work on High Street. At this stage, we are expecting that the work on Victoria Street from both CRL and the Te Hanoa project will be fully complete. And we'll be at the final stages of the Wellesley Street works. Okay. And the water care work along Queen Street will be largely complete at that stage, and they'll be moving towards the construction of the line underneath Mayoral Drive during this period. And the second half of 2025, Auckland Transport is anticipated to start the bus priority project along Custom Street, Fanshawe Street and Beaumont Street as part of the City Centre Bus Improvement Programme. We will continuing to be delivering the Emily Place, High Street and Mills Lane and Exchange Lane project. We're anticipating that the streetscape works around the City Rail Link station would have been completed, and the work under construction shown in Midtown is the work being undertaken by the Symphony Centre. And looking into the out years of 26 and 27, we're expecting the bus priority works to continue. And we would have finished Mills Lane and Exchange Lane work. Emily Place will be finished, and High Street work will continue. And we are anticipating at that point to also start looking at Federal Street Stage 3. Okay, just to also, in addition to capital works development, the city centre target rate.
Sorry, Jenny, we just have to do a quick extension of time. We've got to move Councillor Walker second, Councillor Fletcher, and members. We are going to try and get through in the last half hour because we have people that have got other commitments. So thank you, Jenny. If you could just expedite things, thank you.
Thank you. I won't be long. So just wanted to also talk through, in addition to capital works development, the City Centre target rate also funds the activation program delivered with a wide variety of partners from iwi, Business Association, residents and community groups, etc. So this program is designed to create a sense of vibrancy and excitement for the City Centre, showcase our culture and diversity. It helps people to attract people to visit and improve the perception of safety by building up positive experiences and promoting the reputation of Auckland. A recent program that was delivered is the Christmas in the City Centre program that we have delivered in partnership with Heart of the City and Tātaki Auckland Unlimited. The objective of the program is to improve vibrancy and support the key retail and hospitality period as we come out from the COVID lockdowns. This program contributed to increase in pedestrian count and retail spend that's almost reaching the record high of December 2019 prior to COVID. We also delivered the Matariki Ki Te Manawa program in partnership with Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei, Eke Panuku, Tātaki Auckland Unlimited, Heart of the City and Cairo Business Association, as well as our commercial partners, to celebrate Matariki on the first New Zealand public holiday. And recently we delivered the Korean Festival in partnership with the World of Cultural Festival, supported by community leaders and the Embassy of the Republic of Korea. This event generated a huge uplift in foot traffic of over 30% in the Queen Street Valley, and has received a high number of media coverage with 1.8 million views across nationwide, and built a high level of engagement, in particular with young people. We don't do this alone. We deliver the City Centre Target Rate program with a number of partners, including Mana Whenua, the City Centre Advisory Panel, the business associations in the City Centre, our development and commercial partners, as well as the residents in the City Centre. And the City Centre and Auckland will continue to evolve, and Eke Panuku is leading the development of the City Centre Action Plan to articulate what the council group will do and when to deliver on the City Centre Master Plan into the future. Eke Panuku will be reporting on the City Centre Action Plan later this year. Thank you for your patience, and we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Jenny. The excellent visuals there certainly give lie to the notion that there's not much happening around Auckland, isn't it? That's an incredible number of things going on. We're pushed for time, folks, so if we've got any questions to Jenny, that's a really detailed, top-class presentation. I hope any questions can be very quick, because we've still got a couple of items to get through. Chris, did you want to ask a quick question?
Oh, Jenny, great presentation. I'm sorry we've shortchanged you with the time. Is there any risk with the proposed staging that you're showing us, with the potential in an economic downturn with developers falling over, and what you might, how the impact of any orphan site then might have on the program? You can't answer that fully now, but is that something that you're keeping in consideration?
Yep, thank you for the question. So with a lot of the construction, the City Centre Target Rate program, the timing of that is aligned with significant private sector development. So we maintain a continuing dialogue with those developers to understand their construction staging, so that we could continue to update our construction program to align with their construction.
I'm happy to take it further offline. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Last speech? No. Okay, so I'm certainly happy to move that. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Darby, thank you. Oh,
No, it's on the delivery program and the City Centre Targeted Rate, I think it should read.
yes.
They'll fix it. It's like, can I just ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. This is a process question for Barry. Barry, and by the way, look, I acknowledge the city centre is really getting its mojo back, and I can now take a bus down Queen Street faster than I can walk down Queen Street. It is worth taking the City Link now, whereas 2 years ago, it was absolutely pointless. I could walk 3 minutes faster than the City Link. A lot of things are happening good. But just, Barry, there's a procedural question. In late 21, the Planning Committee confirmed Eke Panuku as the lead agency to coordinate the city centre development. I'm a little bit confused. We've already had a paper on Te Ha Noa, the funding, and there was no authorisation from Eke Panuku on that paper, and then there's no authorisation from Eke Panuku on today's paper, though I do see Simon is with us. I just want to be clear on what we confirmed as lead agency for coordinating city centre development, because if I'm wrong, because I'm getting a sense that they are not in that position at the moment, that it's the DPO.
No. Ikapanuku are the lead agency on this. There are 4 parts of council who are working together on this under a virtual team framework under Ikapanuku. So we have Auckland Transport there, and we've got all the various plans and so forth that are coming through about loading. Wellesley Street is a transport program. We have Tātaki Auckland Unlimited, who've got events and so forth in there, again under Ikapanuku. And we have the program here of the works that are being delivered through the DPO, which are targeted rate ones, again under Ikapanuku as the lead agency.
But the recent paper and today's paper have had no oversight from Ikapanuku.
I don't think that is quite correct, but yeah.
Yeah, through the chair, I guess the arrangement at the moment is that we are, Ikapanuku is leading the city centre action plan, and that will basically provide the guidance and form the program by which all of the different agencies will deliver on to achieve the city centre master plan. Each agency, council, Auckland Transport, will basically deliver on their own budget and program, but that is coordinated under the city centre action plan.
Okay, look, I'll leave it there, Chair, we're running on time, but I think future papers to do with the city centre need to be clear as to who the lead agency is, and then the partner agencies need to be contributing to the paper, and there needs to be evidence that they have actually contributed, because I'm actually not convinced to date. But the last one is, I understand the City Centre Advisory Panel is about to be convened, and we're in the last throes of some finalisation there. That's correct. Do we know when, is that your court, Simon?
Yes. Sorry, that was louder than expected. We are aiming for an end of May first meeting for that, and that's very specifically to ensure that Auckland Transport have had a chance to take the request from this committee around the east-west traffic movements in relation to the works that are going on and how the transport network is going to be functioning around that. And then there will be a rolling 2-month cycle for that panel going forward as well.
Thanks, Simon. Thanks, Councillor Darby. I think that concludes the questions.
It's the update on the delivery program and the city centre targeted.
And
it's not delivery of the city centre targeted.
Okay.
I believe that's what the presentation has been on. It's been on the delivery program and the city centre targeted rate program. Yeah. Just clarification.
If that's correct, Jenny? Yes, okay, all right, we'll make that a change. Yeah. Member Renata?
Yeah, definitely apology, shortcutting your whole delivery with the times constraint. The question is, because it's based on targeted rate, how are you implementing Māori design throughout around there?
Thank you for the question, and through the chair, at the start, while we have, at the start of every single project that's in the City Centre Target Rate program, we present to the infrastructure and environmental services hui and invite participation from mana whenua to partner with the project team to develop the project going throughout the project. So mana whenua has the opportunity to work with the project team to develop the business case, the conceptual design, as well as the planning of the project going forward. So many of our city centre projects have mana whenua and Māori design embedded into the project. A good example is the downtown program, where there is a collaborative design partnership with mana whenua. Maybe I'll ask Eric to actually talk. So some of the features being implemented, including the mussel ecological trial, the mussel trials that's in Te Wānanga, the mat, the kupenga net that's been implemented as part of Te Wānanga, and many more feature that's being
It's
developed.
good to hear.
Thank you.
It's been moved and seconded. Councillor Baker, do you want to make a brief comment? No. Okay. Wonderful presentation again, and good to see a lot happening. All right, all those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you for your presentation. We now call up item 14, submission on the Land Transport Management Amendment Bill. I hope we can deal with this reasonably expeditiously, folks. We're now into farewell time of some people. Yeah, twilight zone. Okay, so welcome, gentlemen. Robert, Harry, take us away, please.
Have we got the slides on the way? Anyway, we'll be very quick, and we'll try and get through our presentation in 3 or 4 minutes. So this, have we got the slide thing? Okay. So this submission is on the legislative elements of government's reform of the way in which public transport is managed and delivered. There are more operational elements to come. The timeframes are very, very tight. As you can see, it's due next week, the submission, so we're recommending that a group of be delegated by this committee to approve the submission next week. You heard from Chair Donnelly earlier today, his request that he be part of this group. We support that. We think that'll be very helpful. So if that is the resolution of this committee, then our proposal is that we have the draft ready. Our aim, right, I should say, is to have the draft ready by the end of tomorrow, send it out to the delegated group, including the chair of AT, as well as local boards. Local boards will have until Wednesday next week to get their views in, and they'll be appended to the submission as a standard practice. And that will give the delegated group 2 days in which to sign it off before we submit it Friday next week. So I have with me Harry Stowald from our Transport Strategy team at Council and Greg Milner-White, who's the Commercial Manager of Public Transport down at AT, and they will very briefly take you through the presentation and be available to answer questions. Thanks.
Sweet, we'll just jump to the next slide. There we go. Aware we're very pressed for time, so I'll keep it brief. As mentioned, the framework governing public transport operations in New Zealand consists of both the overarching legislation, primarily the LTMA, the Land Transport Management Act 2003, as well as a range of operational and procedural processes which sit underneath this. One of those key elements which sits underneath the LTMA is Waka Kotahi's procurement manual, which is likely to be amended as part of the government's Sustainable Public Transport Framework, or SPTF, reforms. But there are also other processes which sit underneath the Act and give effect to it. Now, today, this submission is specifically addressing the provisions within the proposed bill itself, so just the legislative framework which sits over the top. Input into the other changes associated with the Sustainable Public Transport Framework reforms, such as the amendments to the procurement manual, is being provided by the Auckland Council Group, primarily through Auckland Transport, through the relevant non-legislative channels. So noting the scope, we'll just quickly move on to the content of the bill and some of the specific areas we'll be proposing to address in Auckland Council's submission. So if we just look here at the 7 key areas of change which are outlined in the bill's general policy statement, the Council's submission will be structured around these 7 areas. If we look at the first one, which is that there will be new objectives for planning, procurement and delivery of services. The new principles proposed here increase alignment between Section 115 of the LTMA and Auckland Council's existing policies and strategies, such as the Auckland Plan, Transport Emissions Reduction Pathway, and the most recent Regional Public Transport Plan. So we think this is something that the Council can support. If we look at the second and third ones, enabling regional councils to operate public transport services and enabling different asset ownership arrangements. These are fairly self-explanatory and serve to simplify and streamline existing arrangements, providing greater options and flexibility for local authorities, including here in Auckland. It should be noted that they don't compel Auckland to change its current approach to public transport operations. They just provide the options which could be utilised if the Council makes separate decisions in the future to do so. If we look at the fourth and fifth sort of areas of change, supporting benchmarking of different service delivery models and encouraging greater collaboration between regional councils and TAs, that's territorial authorities. These are also fairly self-explanatory, and there's not too much to comment on from Auckland Council's perspective. Now, if we look at the last 2, which are probably the most substantive, number 6 is improving the framework for exempt services. One of the most tangible changes here is an extension of the minimum notice period that operators of exempt services are required to provide before withdrawing exempt services which are identified as integral under the RPTP from 15 working days to 60 working days. That's a lot of words, but what it means is it would apply to around 4 or 5 services in Auckland which are identified in the RPTP as integral, but are also exempt from being operated or contracted as part of a unit. All of these are ferry services. The minimum notice period for withdrawing non-integral exempt services would remain at 15 working days. And then if we look at the final kind of key area of change, which is clarifying the treatment of on-demand public transport services, there are several implications here for Auckland. This part of the bill seeks to expand the definition of public transport to include on-demand and shuttle services, but while also adding new criteria to allow certain on-demand and shuttle services to operate without being required to register with Auckland Transport. There are some potential concerns here around the impact this might have on community-based services, and we've had some really valuable input from the IMSB Secretariat about the potential impact on Marae-based shuttles or mobility as a service operations. So one of the key pieces of feedback we're proposing to include in Auckland Council's submission is to highlight the importance of ensuring that the proposed provisions in relation to this will not adversely impact the operation of Marae-based or community-based public transport services. So this brings us to the recommendations, and there's 2 recommendations before the committee today. The first is to endorse the direction outlined in the agenda report, the key element of that being that Auckland Council is broadly supportive of the contents of the bill, noting that most of the changes are enabling in nature and do not compel Auckland to significantly change its current approach to public transport provision, although we do propose that the submission should highlight a few notable points, largely technical in nature, where we believe that clarifications or minor amendments would help ensure the bill facilitates positive transport outcomes for Auckland. The second recommendation is to delegate authority to the Chair and Deputy Chair of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee, along with anyone else nominated by the committee, to approve Auckland Council's submission on the proposed Land Transport Management Amendment Bill by the 28th of April, which is next Friday. Unfortunately, we are working within very constrained timeframes set by the Select Committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Harry, and thanks for a very business-like presentation there. Just to quickly go to any questions, just to expedite matters, so certainly I don't think there'll be any problem with endorsing the direction, and as far as the delegated authority goes, happy to be inclusive here with anyone who's got an interest in that, especially given the tight time frame, and we will accommodate, of course, Chair Donnelly's request, both as it goes to his presence and a letter, though I think the letter's a little hopeful, but we'll do that anyway. I think it's useful to make that point. Okay, enough from me. Councillors Darby, Simpson and Morrison.
Thanks, Chair. Look, I'm interested in participating in that delegated group. I took a big interest in the PTOM and eventually got rid of the exemption on Devonport, Waiheke to go. That's a more difficult one. But just in terms of Chair Wayne Donnelly expressed an interest, and I've been critical of Auckland Transport not engaging your unit, Robert, and I'm just wondering whether they are also doing their own submission, or is it just from our side? And if we can lead on collaboration and encourage them to do the same in the future, is there the chance that we could actually not just be working with Chair Wayne, but actually with their strategy unit, your unit, to make a joint submission?
So this is a joint submission, yes, and we've been working with relevant staff from AT on this, and we'll continue to do so over the next few days.
Okay, that's good to hear. Okay, thank you.
Just quickly, I wonder if you could do me a favour, because I had a conversation with Wayne at the break. What this looks as if is the government has asked all councils, right up and down New Zealand, without acknowledging that the governance for Auckland Transport mainly rests with our CCO, right? And so can you just remind the government that we have a different governance structure in Auckland? Maybe if we say it often enough, they might remember.
Yes, we can certainly make that point, and it's kind of inherent to our feedback on quite a few of the provisions, and that they don't apply to Auckland because of our new unique governance arrangements.
Thank you. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a quick browse through to try and see, because I didn't understand what was going on at all. Am I right in my understanding that it actually removes some of the requirements for value for money from the PTOM? Is that part of what's in the bill, or have I misunderstood that?
I might be able to assist with that. The central sort of PTOM requirement of value for money and ensuring, competitive access, etc., to markets has been, I would say, sort of refocused, if you like, as kind of now a broader set of objectives that are in the bill. I think there's still a value for money. There's still a value for money principle that.
But it's been very weakened, right?
It has been weakened. That's correct, and I think it's partly because the prohibition currently on outsourcing of local government, in-house provision of PT services is now permitted under this bill. So it was previously that all PT services needed to be outsourced and contracted out. That prohibition is now being removed, and one of the reasons that, one of the aspects of that is that, the access to competitive markets, therefore that sort of mandatory consideration has been sort of de-emphasised in the legislation. Yeah.
And the second thing was that it just seemed to me that what we'd be desperately looking to have happen would be sort of a greater emphasis on sort of efficiency and reliability. And this looks to be almost a shift towards, mode shifts and other things that are not what I would have thought was a higher priority. Can you just make a comment on that? Am I misreading that, or?
Yes, so the proposed bill does completely replace Section 115 of the LTMA, which is the kind of principles which need to be followed when delivering public transport. It definitely expands the number of principles. It does add and sort of highlight reliability. I believe efficiency is still in there, but has sort of been potentially de-emphasised through the addition of other principles.
Very much de-emphasised, though.
But reliability is definitely one of the factors that's explicitly highlighted.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Williamson. Member Renata?
Just really quickly, in your view, I know the bill is really technical in nature, but in your view, what would be the impact when it implements? Would there be any Māori impact when it's implemented? I noted a reference around the marae delivery in your kōrero earlier, but...
Thank you, Member. This is definitely something we have considered, and we have been in conversation with the IMSB Secretariat to make sure we're not overlooking anything here. Probably one of the key factors to note is that the amendments proposed in the bill are primarily operational and procedural and focused on the processes through which local authorities plan, procure and deliver public transport. So the bill itself will not directly alter Auckland's current public transport system, and it is anticipated that usual engagement processes, including with Māori, would be undertaken if any tangible changes were made to the public transport network in the future. In terms of the operation side of things, IMSB Secretariat staff did raise that concern around marae-based shuttles or other kind of Māori-led transport solutions, which is something which relates to a sort of broader topic we'd noted about concerns around community-based transport options and potentially the unanticipated impacts that the bill might have on those. So that's something that we're definitely going to highlight in the submission and seek clarification around there to make sure that there won't be any adverse impacts.
Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Hills?
It was just a comment,
We'll come back for a brief quick. Councillor Walker, you had a quick question? The last one?
Yeah, my issue is just around whether this is future-proofed going forward for things like full electrification, energy implications, which will increasingly form part of transport, full self-drives, stuff like that. I can engage with you on that, but that's my concern, and that will mean increasingly interactions with other parties that may not be parties we're dealing with now.
Yeah, no, that's a good point, and a lot of the sort of specifics will be addressed through the provisions which sit underneath the legislation. So the LTMA amendment bill will facilitate some changes, and then the sort of rest of the sustainable public transport framework or any other framework that's created in the future would give effect to that and would deal with those issues. In terms of things like electrification and the issues that arise from that, one of the key elements that these amendments could address is some of the concerns around ownership of depots and the difficulties of private ownership of depots and the electrification and the costs involved there. Again, it doesn't compel council to take a different approach to what we already take here in Auckland, but it just provides additional options and flexibility that council might choose to utilise going forward.
Thank you, and that's the questions. I think we've got a very brief comment from Councillor Hills. Oh, sorry, there's recommendations up there are incorporated. You, Councillor Darby. So moved by Councillor Fletcher, seconded by Councillor Baker. Quick comment by Councillor Hills.
Thank you, Chair. And just want to acknowledge you putting Councillor Darby in there, because him and I, have been lobbying ministers for a long time on this, and I know that many of the others around the table have too. I think this is a very good move, this change. It doesn't change anything, as the officer said, but it gives us flexibility. It doesn't drive down to the lowest common denominator. Technically, under PTOM right now, we're breaking the law because we've got slightly higher subsidies than the 50% that we're supposed to have, and we're paying, working with the companies to pay drivers more than what the legislation used to kind of nail us down to, when it was all about the bottom line, and it didn't look broader. And we should be looking at efficiencies and mode shift and all those sorts of policy changes, which I think PTOM was far too narrow in the outcomes that we want from a public transport system, especially in a city like ours. So I think it doesn't change anything overnight, but it does give us far more options, and I think long-term contracts and potentially having to bring things in-house if we need to, like we are with the boats and the ferries and things like that, I think does enable that. So thank you.
Okay, well said. And finally, Councillor Turner, sorry I didn't see you.
So is there any way I can have noted my concerns about the timeframes? This is an important thing.
Yep, so we will be writing a letter, Councillor Turner, expressing that very sentiment.
I want my name on it too, please.
Could we include Councillor Turner in
I think he was just asking for his concern was the deadline.
Yeah, okay.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried?
Yeah, I'm against.
Okay, do you want it recorded, Councillor Williamson?
I want it recorded, yeah.
Yes,
I just think it's
recorded.
so much watering too.
And Councillor Turner.
And me as well. Councillor Stewart.
And Councillor Stewart. Okay, 3 recorded against. Thank you. Item for today, thank goodness, he says, is a largely information on the summary of Transport and Infrastructure Committee information, memoranda, workshops and briefings, moved by Councillor Walker, seconded by Councillor Baker. Any questions or comment? No, thank you very much. All those in favour? Against? Carried. And as usual, we finish on 5 o'clock. No matter how small items, it goes to 5. Thank you for your attendance.
Mr. Chair, is there not an opportunity for us to acknowledge the very fine Maya who has...
That was our order number 1 of the day, Councillor Fletcher.
That goes to show that I was late, doesn't it? But may I wish her extremely well and thank her most sincerely for everything she's done.
And we finished just before 5, just for you, Maya.